Welcome to Roaring Lambs Writers Conference. This is our 16th annual Summer Writers Conference. We enjoy doing this once a year and helping writers amplify their faith through the written word. So I do want to remind you there's hot coffee, there's iced tea, there's some breakfast bars for you to help yourself anytime. You don't have to wait for a break to do that. If you want to refill your coffee or water or iced tea at any time, feel free to just get up and help yourself. There are restrooms out this door, around the corner, ladies' room and men's room. So again, if nature calls, please answer. And we will have breaks because our speakers speak for 25 minutes. So we don't have any really long messages. Our speakers turn pretty quickly, and there's a minute or two in between each speaker. We will have lunch served at noon today. And we have my favorite restaurant, Casa Mama, coming and delivering chicken fajitas for everybody. So it's going to be a great lunchtime, and we're excited about that. But if you'll take your folders right now and open them up, you will see that on the left-hand side of the folder, you will see the agenda. And then there's a handout for each one of our speakers, for the morning speakers. On the right side of the folder are your afternoon speakers. So that's how we've organized it for you. Couple things I want to tell you about. Roaring Lambs Ministry is 41 years old. We started as a Bible study that met at a country club to see if we could attract unchurched people. And from that first Bible study, and I thank God that I just happened to be there that day, 41 years ago when this ministry started. And from that day till now, we've been growing, and we are all about helping Christians know God's Word and amplify their faith. So what that means to us is that every Christian should be able to effectively tell their story of how they know Jesus is real, how they've seen God work in their lives. And we have a workshop, a wonderful workshop called the Testimony Workshop. And in it, it's a 3-hour workshop, and you get to just relax. And I promise God speaks to you as you look at your life from the 30,000-foot view, and you see all those places where you can see God at work in your life. And then learn how to effectively tell that story, how to effectively show examples of when God worked in your life. We teach you to share the gospel in everyday language so that someone can understand what Jesus has done for you and what he has done for them as well. So we believe that every Christian should go through the workshop to learn how to best tell their story. If you haven't done that, let me know, and we'd be glad to tell you about the next one coming up. Our Sunday morning Bible study still meets every Sunday morning. We meet in this room. This is the room where we have our Bible study. So tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we will be having our Bible study. We start off with some music, and we take prayer requests. We pray for those specific requests. And then we go page by page through the Bible. Right, we started in Genesis. We're in our 5th trip through the Bible, and we're finishing up Leviticus and heading into Numbers. So it's exciting to go straight through the Bible like that. You get to see Jesus in the Old Testament as well as the New Testament, and you get to take the whole Bible in context. So if you'd like to join us tomorrow morning, just come right back to this room at 9 o'clock, and we'll be here till about 10:15, 10:20, and you can still get to your 11 o'clock service if you so desire. So if you look at the little bookmark, this is a bookmark, and you flip it over, you'll see all the things that we offer you. We have a group called Roaring Writers, and that group we have a team of Roaring Writers, and they help anybody with their writing. We have seminars, we have workshops, we have conferences, we have mentoring sessions, we have one-on-one consultations, and we have a full publishing department so that we can help you publish your book. We can help you with the cover design, we can help edit the book, we can help format the book, and we can certainly publish the book. So if you need any book editing services or book production services, we want you to come to us. We also have a radio and TV show. And so we are looking for people who are willing to share their story of what God has done in their life with the world. We'd love to interview you. You don't have to memorize it. You don't have to talk for 30 minutes straight. We will interview you as you tell your story. And we're really thankful we have just gotten picked up by a network to turn our radio show into a TV show. So we do have some venues where it's just radio, but we also are going to have a venue on a brand new network that's coming out. You're really some of the first people to know about it. It's like a Christian Netflix. It's going to have all kinds of programming, all kinds of teaching, and it's called Liftable, liftable.tv, and you can learn more about it. You can sign up for it. It's a wonderful new network, and they're going to air our show, Roaring Lambs, on it. Now we have a monthly luncheon that starts meeting again in September at Hackberry Creek. And on the right side of your folder, you will see an invitation to that. Again, we look for people who will share their story. These men and women will all be sharing their testimony at a ladies' luncheon. Men are invited too, but 90% of the people there are women, just so you know. And it's the fourth Thursday of every month, starting in September. The other invitation I want to tell you about is our very special Hall of Fame event. Every year, we have about 800 to 1,000 people gather at the Renaissance Hotel, which is right down the street. It used to be Hotel Intercontinental on Dallas Parkway. Flip the card over, and this year, we have the privilege of honoring the faith of June Hunt and Mike Lindell, my pillow guy. He'll actually be here for that event, and it's going to be a wonderful event. Tickets are available online, and so the sooner you get the tickets, the better your seats are. So just want to remind you, it's Saturday, October 9th, and you're all invited to come and join us for the Hall of Fame event. So that's a little bit about Roaring Lambs. You'll see the pink sheet also. We are looking for guest bloggers. So for us, we're looking for 500 words or less. We'd like it to contain at least one scripture and include an interesting title. And we would need a short 80-word bio and a picture from you. And the blog should be about how good God is, or how you've seen God at work in your life, or some witnessing experience that you have had, or something that Scripture has taught you. So again, we're looking for blogs for our blog, and that might be something that you could write. Maybe you already have it written, and you could submit it to us. You can just email it to info@roaringlambs.org. Our email, our phone number, our address is on almost all of the printed materials. Okay, so now if you'll take a moment and take your cell phone out, we would like you to silence it. including me, because that was mine that was buzzing.
Oh.
And so we'll silence our cell phones. We are filming each speaker, and so we don't want the cell phones to interfere with that. All right, all the business has been taken care of. Now what we want to do is invite the Lord to speak to us. I mean, you're halfway there. You're here. He's already here. But the reason we have this event is so that we can orchestrate a day where God can speak to you about your writing. Everybody is here for different purposes, different reasons, and God knows you, and He knows exactly what you need to hear. And we've been praying that you will hear that today through our speakers. So let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for everybody that's in this room. Thank you for filling this room. Thank you for our very gifted and experienced speakers and their willingness to pour into others this morning. Lord, we need you. I pray that you would speak to each person here just about the questions on their mind. They're here for a reason, Lord, and you know the reason. You have called them to be here. You have called them to write. So, Lord, I pray that you would speak to them and that they would hear just what they need to hear. Lord, I pray that you'll bless their writing. I pray that because they want their writing to honor you, I pray that you would cause them to see every mistake in their writing, that they would catch every error, that they would find better ways of expressing the same thought, that they would do their writing with excellence to bring honor and glory to you. So, Lord, thank you for this day. We're leaving it up to you. Thank you for your presence in this room and in our hearts. We love you, Lord. We want to serve you, and we especially want to serve you through the written word. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, so you're in for a special treat this morning. I've invited David Wood. He sings very often for our Sunday morning Bible studies. In fact, you can come back tomorrow morning and hear him again because he'll be singing tomorrow morning as well. Thank you. Help me welcome David Wood.
You wish your story had more meaning, so you could tell how you conquered all the pain. But life's been gentle, even easy. You've convinced yourself you don't have much to say. So your story goes unspoken, a testimony that's been silenced by your fears. But let me tell you, the day God saved you, He penned a wondrous story someone needs to hear. Your story holds the power, giving hope to the weary on their way. Your story tells them how this God of love still reaches down with arms of grace. You've seen what God can do. Now it's up to you to share His glory. They're waiting to be free, wanting to believe. You have what they need, your story. The cross of Christ, a sacrifice that cannot be denied. It took as much to save you as the thief he hung beside. Your story holds the power, giving hope to the weary on their way. Your story tells them how this God of love still reaches out with arms of grace. You've seen what God can do. Now it's up to you to share His glory. They're waiting to be free, wanting to believe. You have what they need, your story. Oh, they're waiting to be free, wanting to believe. You have what they need, your story.
You know, when people have asked me what I do for a living, I just tell them, I don't know, I write and I speak. You know, I was a television sportscaster for about 19 years. I was one of the early ones, I broke the mold, I guess, so to speak. There were only Miss Americas in television sportscasting when I went into it, and I thought, it's time for a woman who knows what sports is all about, and they understand it, and so I went after it, and I made it. I had a chance to go to national television, but you know what? In that career, I wrote and I spoke. Transitioned into public relations, and in public relations, I wrote and I spoke. But it wasn't until I ended up in ministry, where God called me into full-time ministry, that I began to write books. And as I thought about this message, I thought, every book that I've been a part of has had a reason behind it, a reason to write the book. And so I want you to think long and hard as you look at the pink sheet. Some of the reasons that I bring up today may not be necessarily the reason that you're writing a book, but if you think of something, if you think of a reason, I want you to write it down, because I think it will help you get that book accomplished. Maybe because you've been stagnant, or you just can't get the thing published, you can't finish it. But today, maybe that reason will be what drives you to finish the book. I'm going to be totally honest to you about reason number one. Reason number one that I wrote this book, the Pearls of Promise devotional, was because I wanted the book to open doors. I don't know if you need to open some doors for your business or for your ministry, but I felt like we needed a book. And so I prayed about this book. I'd never done a book before. It was scary. I didn't know the first thing about writing books, right? And so I prayed. I said, Lord, how can I put this together? How can I put a devotional book together? And so he laid it out for me. You know, if you pray before you write, God is so faithful to provide whatever it is you need, right? The words you need, the structure you need. And so he gave us this structure of 12 devotional pearls. 12 is a very important number in the Bible. And then 10 devotions per chapter. So then we sought other authors to be a part of this book, and we just put a solicitation out. I figured whoever was supposed to be in it would be a part of this devotional. We had 46 authors in this book. Many were traditionally published, some were non-traditionally published, and others were just people who had a story. So we put this Pearls of Promise devotional book together, and it took about 6 months to do. We needed a fast book. 6 months to do from start to finish, and yes, it did what I asked it to do. It opened doors. And so, do you want to launch a ministry? Or do you want to put your business out there? I have a friend who's a leadership coach. And I said, she wants to expand her coaching. I said, you got to write a book. You've got so much expertise. Write a book and let people know about the business that you do. And do some coaching in that book. So maybe it was your own story that inspired you to write a book, or maybe that's what you're doing. You're writing a book with your own story. So I thought a start would be to submit it to Stories of Roaring Faith. If a book is overwhelming to you, like writing a long book, well then write a short story. Write your faith story. And then once you get it in Stories of Roaring Faith, you can say that you're published. Isn't that great? And then you can carry that book into all the events that you do. Okay, there's a second reason that we can write. And the second reason is to help people thrive. How many of you guys want to use your books to help people thrive? Huh? Right. That's a great reason to write. And the book that we wrote to help people thrive was this book, If I Only Had, Wrapping Yourselves in God's Truth During Storms of Insecurity. This is a 4-time Writing Award winner. It's helped a lot of people. But it didn't start out as a book. I went through my own period of insecurity after I had been living in South Texas. I'd been on television down there for a number of years, and then we moved to North Texas for my husband's job. And I had given up full-time work for the first time in 24 years. And so I came up to North Texas as a very insecure person. It just got worse because I wasn't working, and people would say, what do you do? And I'd say, well, I'm in seminary. I'm working on my seminary degree. And then they would close their doors and bolt the windows because they didn't want anything to do with somebody who was religious. And so I was a people person without people. So I went through this bout of insecurity, and I was looking for a book. I was looking for a book on insecurity. I wanted someone to have a reason to write to help people like me who were insecure at that time. It was just a very difficult stretch for me, and I couldn't find anything. I found one little tiny pamphlet, and it didn't help me any. And so many years later, after I had gotten through this, and I was more secure, and I was leading women's ministry at our church, they wanted to do the book. Beth Moore finally had her book out. I needed it back then, called So Long Insecurity. And I said, well, she doesn't have a video with that book. How can we do this? You know, the women like videos with their Bible studies. And so I kind of turned it down. But then I heard, you do it. You do it. What does that mean? Well, you do it meant God saying, you do the videos. You do the lectures. And so I was resistant at first, but everyone agreed that I should do it. So I wrote 11 lectures on insecurity, different things, all the if-onlys that we could have in life. And sure enough, after we were done, one woman came up to me. She goes, are you going to do something with this material? And so I said, I hadn't really thought about that. And then that's when we decided to write a book, and I partnered with Catherine Weiskopf to write this book, If I Only Had, Wrapping Yourself in Storms of Insecurity. Because we want to help people thrive. I want people to not have to go through what I went through. And so by doing this, it was my way of helping people overcome. Ernest Hemingway once said, there's nothing to writing. All you do is you sit down at your typewriter and you bleed. Right? They used to have this saying in television news, if it bleeds, it leads. Well, that is exactly what you have to do as a writer. You have to be transparent if you want to be successful. People need to know where you've been and how you've overcome it. You can't just sugarcoat your life. You have to be real and explain some of the hardships you've been through and how God got you through it. One of the things I like to do is I like to blog, and I know where's Cliff? Cliff is a great blogger, and we've encouraged him to stay on Facebook. He blogs on Facebook because that is a way to help people thrive. You have no idea who you would reach through a blog, and I know Roaring Lambs has a blog as well. You need to submit to Roaring Lambs and blog. And so today I wrote a blog. Actually, I wrote it yesterday. I didn't write it before the Roaring Lambs conference, It would have been too much. But I wrote it yesterday, anticipating that I had to get up early and go. It's called Your Greatest Fan. And I was thinking about the Olympics. The Olympics with Simone Biles. I know we've all been following that and how the pressure was just getting to her and she had to step down from competing. But one of the things she cited was that there was no audience, and that really bothered her. So I thought about that and I thought, gosh, what about us? We want an audience in some ways. We want people to encourage us, right? We want a stand of fans to encourage us in life, that great cloud of witnesses that the Bible talked about. I had come across this verse, Ephesians 1:5. It said, God decided in advance to adopt us into his own family by bringing us to himself through Jesus Christ. This is what he wanted to do, and it gave him great pleasure. When God adopted us into his family, it didn't just give him pleasure, it gave him great pleasure. And that's when it occurred to me that God is our biggest fan. And so I wrote a blog about that because I want to help people thrive. And I think that someone who's feeling alone right now in their life, that might have been an encouragement to them. Blogging is a way to share how God is speaking to you and how he has spoken to you through the scripture, and it's a way to help other people thrive. One of my other attributes, or one of my other reasons to write, is to draw people closer to God. And that's why I wrote The Only Father I Ever Knew. This was actually the first book that I wrote by myself. I remember my co-author on If I Only Had said, Lisa, you know one day you're going to write a book by yourself. I said, no way. But this one was. It wasn't really by myself. I can't take credit for it. God wrote this through me, and I know that. It's about my journey with God as Father. And I want to help people draw closer to God and to understand that he is a father when we don't have a father. That when we've had a father who may have abandoned us or who may have died or who just may have not been there for us through our lives. I wrote this book because I want people to draw closer to the Father. I love the Bible. And I'm a nerd for the word, is what I call myself. And so I have a lot of scripture in here that points to God as Father. James 4:4 says, come near to God, and he will come near to you. And through your writing, you can facilitate that process. You can draw people near to God. I generally only read books that will draw me closer to the Father. You know, I just have a desire to be intimate with him. And so I just read another book. I'm not going to talk about one of my books now, but this was a powerful book for me, and maybe it'll be powerful for you as well. It was called The Supernatural Ways of Royalty by Chris Valentin and Bill Johnson. And so I was supposed to do a Bible study on this. I didn't have time to do the Bible study, but I got the book. And in it, he talks about a pauper mentality. And as I read that, he goes, most of us don't really live in this royal status that we have. We are daughters and sons of the King, but we don't live like it, right? We live with a pauper mindset, especially if we grew up in some kind of dysfunction, like what I grew up in with I was fatherless at birth and with a mentally ill mother who never recovered from that sudden death of my father. But this book reminded me, it drew me closer to the Father by reminding me that I am royalty. I am not a pauper. And this is what he says at the end of one of the chapters. He says, the promised land of princehood is filled with the Father's blessings. He wants to lavish his love on us, pour out his blessings on us, and give us more than we can contain. The Psalms put it best. How blessed is the man who fears the Lord, who greatly delights in his commandments. His descendants will be mighty on earth. The generation of the upright will be blessed. Wealth and riches are in his house, and his righteousness endures forever. God wants to lavish his riches on you. He wants to lavish favor on you. And I want people to know that. Writing itself can facilitate a conversation between you and God that draws you closer, can it? When we get into our writing mode, I don't know about you, but I sit there sometimes on a blog in particular. I'll just be honest with God. I'll say, I got nothing. I got nothing. Lord, So will you please show me what I'm supposed to write? The key is to sit and to come forward into his presence and to ask him to write and inspire you. You know, when I write, there's this sense, I don't know about y'all, but when I'm on my computer, there's this sense that God is using my fingers. He's using me as a conduit to write what he wants to tell his children. That alone is a reason to write, because when we write, it draws us closer to God. So not only do you draw others close, you draw yourself closer to God when you write. It's healing, isn't it? It's a healing process for many of us. Every time I write something about something I've been through, it's like a piece of me heals. And I'm hoping that it will heal someone else. This reason number 4, reason to write, is to teach. This little children's story came to me back in San Antonio when I lived there. I was still doing sports, and this is the way my brain works, I guess, but I just started thinking about these kids. I mean, it was the only time I've ever written fiction. These 3 kids, they go on a journey to find the most powerful P in the alphabet. And they go through all the powerful Ps, all the P words that are very powerful. It's designed for 4 to 8. And so all the P words that are very powerful, and then they finally land on prayer. That is the most powerful P. And they talk about how prayer is powerful and the ways that prayer is powerful. And then at the end of this book, they go and they pray the most powerful P to their Heavenly Father. This book was a Christian Literary Award winner, and you're going to hear more. Joy's here. I know Rosemary's here, and Rose. You're going to hear more later about the Christian Literary Awards. If you've written a book, I hope that you'll consider submitting. It's fun. It's like the Academy Awards. And so I remember when this book won, because a child judged it. He says, you know, I gave this one, I named this one the winner because I felt like I went on an adventure. But what I really wanted to do, what the primary thing that I wanted to do was to teach children about the power of prayer. It wasn't in my genre of writing, but I thought, you know what, if we teach children about the power of prayer, then they will know where to go when they struggle and when they have trials as adults. If they don't know where to go, they're lost, and they can't get out of the rut. One of my strength finders is learner. I love to learn. I'm working on a doctor of ministry because I like books, I like learning, and God has called me. And so that's one of the reasons I read, because I want to learn. And so I pick books where I can learn. While we're on this particular reason to write, though, I want to talk about a book that I just read. It's by a New York Times best-selling author, Joel C. Rosenberg. It's called Enemies and Allies, and it's coming out in September. It's all about Middle Eastern politics. Now, that is not a genre of writing. That's not something I would just pick up on my own, but we were about to interview him on a television show that we do, and so I thought I needed to get ready for that. So I read this book, and I learned all about Middle Eastern leaders in Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Jordan and all these people. And I found out that they were moderate Islamics who were all for peace. They really were in favor of peace. And then I found out about the enemies of Israel and the United States. And I got to tell you, I would have never learned all that if I'd not picked up that book. Because it's a reason that he wrote it. He wanted to teach people, and he wanted them to be aware and to understand what is happening in the Middle East right now. Do you want to teach others through your writing? Your book, if you love to teach, your book could have an amazing impact on people. It's a great reason to write. Number 5, a reason to write is to share hope. To share hope. That's the reason I wrote this book. This is my most recent book. I released it this last year during the pandemic. Did anybody write a book during the pandemic? Anybody here? Yeah. It was good for writers, because, it took out some of the distractions, and then you sat there at your table and you wrote. And so this book, I got to give you a little background on it. In 2014, God took me back to my Jewish roots. My father was Jewish, the one that died before I was born, and I just never grew up with that kind of heritage. I didn't celebrate the feasts and the festivals, and I knew I was Jewish because my grandmother would always call me her little Jew baby. So I figured that, I must be Jewish. And so anyway, but in 2014, I went to Israel. And I won't tell you that whole story, but I'll just tell you the bottom line is that at Israel, in this shop called Shorashim, which means roots, only God could write this story. God told me that my Jewish roots had not died, that my father died, but my Jewish roots had not died. And so I didn't know what to do with that. But God led me to a church, led me out of a long-time denomination, led me to a church that honors the Jewish people, that believes to the Jew first, that the gospel came to the Jew first, and has a Jewish ministry that I'm very involved in. And then he also led me to school where I'm studying in Messianic ministries to learn about what I didn't grow up with. And so I have a very close Jewish friend, Donna knows her, and she had a health scare, and it was this big mass in her body. She thought it was cancer. It was the size of a grapefruit. And this is a friend that, I've had since 1993, and that just shook me up. But as it turned out, it was benign. But I realized that there was a type of urgency to write a book to try to make a case for Yeshua as the promised Jewish Messiah. I had talked to her about my faith openly. She humored me. She let me talk about it. But I didn't know exactly how to reach her. I never pressed it, and I thought a book would be the way to do it. So I began to write this book during the pandemic. Of all things, it kind of started during Passover when I fasted from leavened bread. I didn't eat any leavened bread. It was during that time this thought came to me that I needed to do this. So God wrote this book about my Jewish roots, but also it has testimonies of other Jewish people, including Donna, who have come to know Jesus Christ as their Savior through supernatural means. And I figured that was the best way to reach somebody. Plus, there was some scripture. I did my best to write apologetics, and I put in there, apparently Isaiah 53 is the forbidden chapter in the Jewish religion. And so, of course, I put it right in there. All of it. They don't read it because they can't explain it. And so I put the whole text in there because, I'm not afraid. I want them to know Yeshua. Radio personality and author Tom Bodett once said, "They say a person needs just 3 things to be truly happy in this world: something to love, something to do, and something to hope for." We write to give hope. Hebrews 6:19 says, "We have this hope as an anchor for our soul, firm and secure." And we as writers need to share that hope with others. It's a great reason to write. And then we also write to tell our story. And that's when I'm gonna pitch Stories of Roaring Faith, because I used to work for Roaring Lambs, and I was a part of the first 4 books as a writer, or as a compiler and an editor. And so we write these stories, and these testimonies have such power, because when we tell our testimony, it diffuses evil by being bold about how God has worked on our behalf. And when we talk about this powerful thing that God has done in our lives, and we talk about what we were before, we talk about that encounter that we had with Jesus Christ and how he has changed us. I used to help teach the testimony workshop, and we would say, no one can argue with your story. Do never underestimate the power of your story. The enemy will say your story doesn't matter. Every story matters. Every story matters. And we need to be telling our testimonies. Daniel 4, when Daniel was speaking with King Nebuchadnezzar, he said, "It's my pleasure to tell you about the miraculous signs and wonders that the Most High God has performed for me. It should be our pleasure to tell people about what God has done in and through us and in our lives. Because without that, I don't know where I would be today." And finally, the last reason to write is number 7, is to entertain. Now, some of you may be fiction authors. I am not. My children's book is the closest to fiction. I'm a very matter-of-fact communicator, so I'd rather write nonfiction. I want to teach biblical principles from the Bible. I want to provide hope. While I do entertain some, Entertainment creates a method of escape for people through imaginative writing. But before you shoot me, fiction writers, it's not the only reason people write fiction, especially with Christian fiction writers. They do want to take you on an adventure, right? You want to take people on an adventure, but they also want to teach through fiction. Christian fiction fantasy author Jasmine Fisher describes Christian fiction this way. Christian fiction, very simply, aims to touch our hearts with stories that illuminate particular truths, which have the power to permeate and pattern every aspect of our life. Then I asked my good friend Lisa Buffalo, who some of you might know from Christian fiction. I know Frank knows her. I wanted her to share the reason that she writes Christian fiction. This is what she said. Writing Christian fiction gives the opportunity to address issues many people face. My prayer and my goal in writing fiction is to help those who have gone through difficulties or having trouble dealing with problems in their lives. I want them to find healing and hope in Christ. Some of my main characters have not been Christians, even hostile toward Christianity, and using fiction is a gentle way of dealing with questions and the difficulties of understanding God's love in a world filled with hardships and pain. FYI, Lisa has all of her books, so some of our books are free on Amazon if you want to get them. I'd like to go back to Joel C. Rosenberg for a minute. Before I read his nonfiction book, I was reading this one, The Persian Gamble. It's riveting. Now, I'm not a fiction book reader, but this was about, he writes political thrillers, and I was so drawn into this before I had to put it aside and read this other book to get ready for this interview. But here's what happened, the story he tells. The reason why he wrote the book after this one is because a political leader in the Middle East read this book. And it was so close to home that they wanted an audience with him to talk to him about this book. And so he went and met with this political leader. And then this political leader said, why don't you bring some evangelicals and come and meet with me? And I'd like to really share with them about our goals and our dreams about this. And so they came and they met with him. And then that dominoed, and that led to other meetings with evangelical with Middle Eastern leaders, these moderate Muslims. And so then he wrote this book based on what happened in those meetings. And so if he'd never written this book, he would not have written the next book. You never know whose hands your book will end up in. I know at the NRB, I was doing a book signing, the National Religious Broadcasters Convention, and Priscilla Shire walked by, and one of the people from our team ran after her, and she said, "Here, you need to read this book." Well, I'm still waiting on Priscilla's call, but it was still fun to see that my book got into her hands. And so I'm wondering, have you figured it out yet? Have you figured out the reason why you write? Maya Angelou once said, there is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside of you. Don't let that story remain buried. Find your reason to write and get started.
And I have a big voice. My mother always said, we always find you, Gloria. So if I get too loud, you let me know and I'll back off a little bit. First of all, true confession. My career journey did not start out as a writer. I didn't even label myself as such. I was educated and trained as a social worker, a teacher, and I was on the corporate ladder crawling my way up to the glass ceiling. Speaking skills came around mid-career, but writing was never in my equation. Then I became part of a team that was working on working with a group on sales strategies to train them. And after running through a practice, a very flawless talk that I was going to deliver, our project leader asked for our written text that he was going to use to compile the training manual. So I very carefully took out this very hot pink 3x5 card with 5 bullets on it and handed it to him. That was my script. That was not what he wanted. He said, "Where is your script so I can put it in the training manual?" I just pointed to my head. It was all up there. Nothing was out on paper for him to take. A few months after that, I was having lunch with my daughter, Jessica, and I had expressed to her this growing passion inside of me. It's like what Jeremiah 29 talked about when he said, "His word is in my heart like a fire. It's burning in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I just can't." And I was telling her, I really want to expand my speaking opportunities. God was doing a great thing in my life, many great things, that I was beginning to connect the dots between His Word and how it was impacting or living out every day with every experience I was having. So my daughter looked at me, who is trained in communications and public relations, and said, "Well, Mom, if you want to expand your opportunities to speak, you're going to have to write and publish." So I set about the task of writing what I was speaking, and very quickly learned writing is easy, but doing it in a very published, polished way that people will want to read is hard work. I was serious about being a writer, and if I was going to have to pack the necessities to this writing journey that I was about to go on. You may divide them in different ways. I have 5 necessities that I came upon. First of all, I needed the right persona. That is, the right luggage, the right personality that was going to carry all the rest of the necessities forward. The persona that I'm talking about is I needed the right identity, the right makeup, meaning all the life experiences, all the skills, our style, our dreams, all of our potential. That's who we are. That's our identity. And everything that makes you or me. That's my identity. And it's how then we view ourselves, because we know all this stuff that's going in to make us us. But to take that identity, and I needed to make it into a brand. Now your brand is how you take all that identity that's inside of you, and how do we associate, connect, and involve ourselves with others in our words, our actions, our tone, our body language, everything that we do. Because the test of brand is whether or not people think about you in certain situations, like certain projects, like writing or speaking or doing whatever it is you're going to do. And the test of your brand, even as a writer, is who do people say you are when you are not in the room? How do they think about you when a writing project or a need comes up? I must identify myself first. My persona, my brand had to be as a writer. Now, when I would go out and I asked people, just as Jesus asked his disciples, "Who do you say that I am?" And I would get back, "Well, you're a great speaker, you're a great Bible teacher," they'd heard me teach. "You were a great leader, we love working under you." No one said I was a writer, because I didn't identify myself that way. I was embarrassed about my writing. I didn't think I could write. I had lots of reasons, and you began to name a few. I could identify with what you were saying earlier. I had reasons that held me back to identify myself, to embrace the identity as a writer. First of all, I wasn't sure I could live up to being a writer in the image of what I thought a writer looked like or did. I suffered from what is called the imposter syndrome. I thought people would quickly learn, oh, she's an imposter, she's not a writer, even if they read one little paragraph or sentence I had written. I felt like I lacked the skills because I really definitely lacked the training. I had certainly written in college, but that was just for my English papers. I hadn't really gone to any seminars or conferences or taken any classes whatsoever. I just wrote what I spoke. And the real kicker to hold myself back was I had nothing published. All writers must be published before you can identify yourself as a writer, right? Wrong. So, the key was in this persona, you just have to start with where you are. I was encouraged when I read the verse in Zechariah 4:10 in the Old Testament. It says, "Do not despise this small beginning, for the eyes of the Lord rejoice just to see the work begin." So that's what I had to do. I had to just identify myself as a writer and begin the work of writing, even though I was at the starting gate, just beginning my journey. So that meant some very specific things if you're a beginner here. It meant doing some very visible things about calling myself a writer. I had to get a new set of business cards, and in addition to speaker, leader, it said writer. I had to identify myself that way, that I did it. I had to go out on LinkedIn, and to my resume, even as a corporate person, I added writer. And here's my blog, by the way, in case you want to know about it. I had to start connecting with other writers. I had to go out on Facebook and put the page out there, a separate page from my personal page, and identify myself as writer. And most of all, when all my corporate friends or any of my friends or family said, "Well, what are you doing this weekend?" or "Where are you going on vacation?" Instead of being embarrassed and mumbling, I had to, with confidence, say, "I'm going to a writers' conference. I'm going to my writers' group this weekend." That always begged a lot of questions that got me to talking about what I was doing as a writer and further embrace that role. So that persona, self-identification as a writer, is so critical as the first necessity for yourself if you haven't done that already. The second necessity is you have to have the right process. Now, when I was in corporations and I worked as a quality director, I learned that all work, including writing, is a process. That means there are some steps that you have to go through in order to get to the end, the final product. But first of all processes begin and end with a customer. So the first thing you have to really do is, well, who's your customer? Kind of gets to that purpose that Lisa was talking about, but who are you writing for in a particular situation or overall in terms of your purpose? Sometimes that customer is defined for us if we've been given a writing project or assigned. Sometimes it's just that story or message that's itching to get out. And we know there's an audience for it, a need, because every customer has a need or a want. But as Christian writers, and this was something I discovered as I began to write, my ultimate customer was God. And that meant that I was going to do, as he said in Ephesians 2:10, to obey and do the good works, the good writing that he has prepared in advance, put the passion in us to do. And that is what began to drive my decisions about what I was writing, who I was writing, and to know that I was definitely going to have to put in place the right steps, the right process to write as excellent of a piece of work as I could, because I was writing ultimately for God. The necessary steps besides the customer are what important to a good process, a right process. And the mark of a good process is one that has, and this is critical, the value-added steps that are done consistently to deliver the best outcome. These are things like, how will you pack for your writing project? What's easiest and best for you? Do you need a list of points that you're going to check off as you go through it? Do you write from an outline? Or do you just let the scenes flow out on the page because they're burning and you got to get them out? I read this about a writer just yesterday who said this is how he writes. He has kind of all the scenes in his head, he bullets them out, and then each day he comes and says a little prayer over the list and says, God, which one should I write today? He gets inspired, one of them intrigues him, and he just starts writing that scene. And it's not until the end that he starts connecting all the scenes together to put the book together. I thought that was fascinating. I don't write that way. But it's what is value added for you that is most crucial and done consistently. It's answering questions like, when will you do the necessary research? And do it thoroughly. How will you keep the flow of creativity going when you get stuck? Because you will. How will you approach editing? Are you going to do it yourself? Others? Are you going to do some combination? Where are you going to write for the greatest concentration, the greatest inspiration, and the least interruptions? And how are you going to define success? What are your expectations of your writing? How will you measure so that you know you're making progress and that you're going to get there? You're moving towards the end. So all these things, the right persona, the right process, these are foundational necessities every time you sit down to write. Because they're going to take you now to the third necessity, and that is you've got to make it the right priority. That is setting writing as a top priority. It's making the decision, the determination, and having the discipline to stick with that process, especially when you don't feel like it, because those days are going to come. We don't write as on a whim. We need to carve out space and time in our busy schedules. All of us have other duties as assigned. When I began writing, I had a 50-hour-a-week plus job in addition to that. And so what I had to do was go in 30 minutes early every day, shut my door before the workday began, and that was when I did my reading about writing, my research about whatever I was writing, or my writing. But I was doing something towards that project. Preferably, we're doing it every day, but at least to carve out time on a weekly basis to set aside where you're spending time doing that which the Lord has given you to do. And when we're setting it as a priority, it means we're going to set reasonable, specific writing goals and deadlines. It's writing so many minutes a day, so many pages or chapters. You know, for me, it was one story a day when I was putting together my devotional that I wanted to get done, at least in a draft form. So however those goals are, it's setting goals and perhaps even deadlines for yourself. This book was just for me. No publisher had asked about it, so I didn't have a given deadline, but I had set a deadline for myself, and it too was written during COVID-19. And so I wanted it done by December, the end of 2019, so that in 2020 I began the publishing process. But it's a deadline that keeps you moving forward. Those are one of the goals you're going to take. Because constructing life as a writer is like the highway construction here around DFW. It's fraught with obstacles that are going to swerve into your path. We are going to be tempted to stop when the going gets rough. We're going to be tempted to skip time or skip our session because of something else going on, or we're going to take shortcuts. That we think don't improve, but it will impact the quality of our writing. So instead, we need to be setting writing as that top priority. It's going to determine how we move through these obstacles and keep that path going to success. So if it's a priority, now comes a really hard part too, but you have to have the fourth necessity, and that is the right people. They're going to help you keep writing as a priority. Now, these groups, different people may group it different ways. I have 3 groups that are important people, and they may overlap a little too. You may have some playing a couple of different roles, but first of all, for the right people, you better build your following. This is just your encouragement group. These are the readers who like what and how you write, and they're going to encourage you to keep going. And the reason they are so important, I was having kind of a rough day when I had finished my writing and the book was published and it was out there, but I was trying to do some different stuff and I just wasn't sure it was really getting out to where it was needed. And out of the blue, I had this friend that I had met some 10 years ago at a writers' conference, speakers' conference, and she said, "Hey, I just finished your book, and it is fabulous. I hope you're continuing to write. I'm even using it as an example in the writers' conference I'm doing on how to write your story." Say what? I'm still working off of that encouragement when I put together this book. So that's why you want so much to have that encouragement group, those people who will share your writing and write reviews for you online to give you those posts that tell other people about your book, because it is about sharing it with other people, just like Lisa said, and sharing what you've learned and what the Lord has put on your heart. The second group is like this group right here today, and that's your writers groups and your conferences. These are the people that are going to give you honest feedback and help you grow your research and your writing skills. I remember the first writers group I went to is one of Frank Ball's. You're going to hear from him later on, I know today. I walked in with my 4 pages, double-spaced, devotional that I was all set to publish. I just knew they were going to love it. I read it through flawlessly and got done and ready for the wonderful feedback they were going to give me. And the first comment out of somebody's mouth was, "I thought devotionals were only about 125 and 150 words." My first paragraph was 125 words. So I knew I had some work to do. And it was that group, though, that taught me how to cut out the unnecessary words. Stick to maybe one message per devotional, per story, and that the words were show, not tell, show, Gloria, and how to do that and make it sing. And then the third group that you're going to need of the right people is your network. Your network to how to help you publish, market, and distribute your work. Whether you're doing that as a self-publish or through a big box publisher, you need that network that's going to help you learn how to manage this business of writing, especially if you're self-employed or doing any kind of freelance writing. So I would encourage and urge you to keep those email lists. Keep those business cards that you collect. Keep those lists from speaking engagements that you do. Keep those groups and organizations that you belong to, all the people. All those people are going to fit somewhere in those 3 groups that you're going to need in terms of the right people. And lastly, you're going to need the right pain relievers. You are going to need a first aid kit for writing. I would encourage you to pack in them lots of wet wipes, Band-Aids, and gauze for your ego that is going to get burned or cut to the quick by edits, feedback, and outright rejections. I will never forget the first time I handed a transcript to a possible editor-publisher that I was hoping to work with. He read through a couple of pages, wiped his face, and said, "I'm sorry, but this is just pedestrian." Okay, that didn't sound good. And when I went home and looked it up and learned that that meant it was lacking inspiration or excitement, just plain dull, I knew I needed some more work on this transcript that I had handed him. So you're going to need those items. Also be sure you pack lots of ibuprofen, because that's going to be for the low-grade fever and those nagging headaches that you're going to get with negative thoughts and doubts that are sure to loop through your minds after feedback like that, or the realization that our masterpiece and blockbuster is just not going to either be published or at least not sell 100,000 copies the first day, or week, or month, or perhaps ever. But remember, who's your customer? God. So that makes it okay. But you're still going to have those thoughts. And don't forget to put in there lots of antiseptic ointments. That's what's going to cleanse your work of thoughts from the germs of poor grammar, punctuation, misspelled words, and please use your PC editor. I still find published stuff that people put out online that with the worst misspelling words or misuse of words, and it just takes away from your work of excellence. So use that antiseptic ointment on that work. And lastly, I would say pack plenty of bottles of water. This is the Holy Spirit. This is what's going to pull you through those off days or those moments when you stare at a blank page and the cursor is blinking and you're looking at it going, I got nothing today. So I'll close with a little story. Story that is found in Mark 14, verses 3 through 9. Jesus is in Bethany. He's at the home of Simon the leper, and there with his disciples having dinner. And in walks, which is unusual to be in a group of men, a woman. And she has a very expensive bottle of Chanel No. 5 perfume. And she pours it on the head of Jesus and worships at his feet. Now, the other guests, including the disciples, are going, they're furious. This is criminal. It's a sheer waste of time and money and effort, because they did not appreciate her effort. And yet Jesus responded, let her alone. Why are you giving her such a hard time? She did what she could when she could. And you can be sure that wherever in the world this message is preached, that they are going to remember this woman. So when you are called to write and you pack the right necessities, you take on that embrace, that individual persona, you put the right process to it, the necessary prioritization, the people and the inevitable necessary pain relievers, then you, like that woman, you have done all you could to answer the call and write. You have done all you could to pour out your life as a fragrant offering to our Lord. And the Lord accepts your effort. Doing all you can do when you can do it, that's enough. Thank you.
You know, rejection is a little bit difficult to handle at times. If you ever had a little rejection, get used to it, because it's the writer's life. But I want you to know how I felt. A while ago, Donna announced that I was going to speak, and everybody left the room. And I was really thankful when I saw everybody coming back. This is wonderful. Writing is a journey, and it is a challenging journey. I think you may have found that out. If you haven't, you will, because it is work. What I want you to know is it is good work. It is worthwhile work. It is work that will allow you, if you learn to write well, you will be able to change lives. A Christian is in a unique position from the standpoint that success is not counted in large numbers. We don't need to say we have a bestseller. We just need to have one life changed that makes it worth it all. And what I want you to know is that if you learn this process and you learn it well, you will be the first great life to be changed. You don't even know yourself until you begin to tell your story. Because you see, we have changed. Now that's true of every person in this room. That's true of every Christian. We have changed. And the challenge that we have right now as writers, every one of us, in telling our stories, is that you must learn to write as someone you are not. How is that? Because the person you are today is not your story. That is the last chapter. That is your conclusion. And we so easily forget the struggle that we have been through and the kinds of stories that would captivate people, because it's not about the result. It's about the problem. It's about the challenge. It's about the difficulties that we go through in story. I cannot overstate the importance that we have in hearing and following God and listening to what He says to our hearts. And we need His help to go back and learn who we are before, because we've forgotten so much of it. You see, we like to forget our problems, don't we? And then we want to just tell people how wonderful God is and how we have been so changed, and it means nothing. Because that's not the story. The story requires you to go back and be the person that you once were, in which you didn't know what you know now. And then you begin to bring them through this process of change. If you don't deliver that process of change, your reader won't change. And your story has no value. The easiest thing we can do is tell what happened. The Bible does that. And it's pretty weak from the standpoint of story. We need to live the story. Recently, I finished a novel about the man born blind that Jesus healed. He told the man to go wash in the pool of Siloam. Maybe you've heard about that. 112,000 words in the novel, full-length novel. Anything you want to know about that man, come ask me. I have lived his story. Now, the Bible does not contain 112,000 words about that man, but there is a whole lot that can be told, because there's a whole lot about life that needs to be told, and the story is in the detail, but we need the right details. So I want us to focus a little bit upon this concept of what we might call organic writing. You see, the one thing that you cannot do, even though we are challenged to do it, is write like someone we are not. How do we do that? With God's help, I think. We have to make ourselves someone we used to be, or someone we imagine from the Bible, or someone that purely comes out of the creative world of our mind, in which maybe we were carried off to another planet, maybe we were carried off into heaven, or maybe we spent time in hell. But whatever we tell of that story, it must become real. And until it becomes real in your mind, it cannot become real in the reader's mind. That's our challenge. There are two extreme approaches to this, neither of which work perfectly well, but one or the other is probably what we are completely comfortable with. Either we love to outline and plan and put everything together. How many of us are planners? How many of us want to know where we're going to go, what we're going to do, how things are going to work out, and we will lay it all out in detail? And how many of us just like to write by the seat of our pants, just sit down and write stuff? Come on. That's so good. In your notes, you'll see there's a problem with both of those, but let me summarize that and simply say the difficulty we have planning is the fact that if our plan works, it's pretty boring. because everything turns out so predictably. And our characters who must conform to what must happen, they become more plastic. They become forced into something that at some point readers will sense, this isn't quite natural. I don't think this character would do that. No, this isn't quite right. That's the problem with outlining. So for me, since I'm a pantser by nature, I think the best time to write an outline is after you get the story written. But on the other hand, those of us who just want to free write, and I encourage doing that, it's a wonderful practice. I spend time free writing all the time with no constraints, just write. The difficulty with that is when readers read what we have to say, they must, if we want to keep their attention, they must have some sense of purpose. It makes no difference whether it's fiction, nonfiction, whatever it is. With the first paragraph, you must grab their attention. And they must see that it's going somewhere, and besides that, they don't know for sure where it's going. You see, that's the problem with the outlining side. It tends to predict where things are going, and it's too predictable. But then we tend, when we're just writing by the seat of the pants, is this really going anywhere? And we can quickly be lost in rambling. And for today's readers, they don't put up with much rambling. So I did a whole lot of study, research, read hundreds of pages. One of the big works is a book by title, coincidentally, Story by Robert McKee, who is famous for his success in teaching screenplay writers and actors and movie directors to create stories that hold people's attention. It's a book about 2 inches thick in small print. I read every page of that book looking for the things that are most crucial. Because the fact is, for your story to go somewhere, there are certain things that are absolutely essential for the book, for a chapter, for an episode, for a scene. Those certain requirements are there. Robert McKee says that if your character does not change in a scene, that scene has no right to exist. Why? If your character doesn't change in the scene, guess where you have left your reader? Not changing. Bad news. It may be news, but it's bad news. And so what I have done is given you a list that follows an acronym called SCOOP IT UP, to identify 7 essential elements that has to be the easiest outlining approach and yet the most wonderful pantsing approach in writing, in which we can cover the essential elements so that your story has purpose, and yet you don't have to spend a whole lot of time outlining. Your character can be whoever he or she is, and guess what? I can tell you from my own experience in writing the story of the blind man, there were times that tears came to my eyes, and there were times that I was so thrilled and so surprised to see what happened. How did that happen? Because of these 7 elements. Because in every scene or chapter, we must have a situation in which readers are there. So my challenge in every chapter was to put the reader there. Where are they? Time frame, time of day, city, place, home. People have to know where they are. But that's all they have to know. And one of the worst things you can do is begin a story with landscape and weather. Because the fact is, as soon as we're into a situation, we need a character. That's the C of SCOOP. We need a character, someone we care about. I have 2 wonderful oak trees in my front yard, and you know I have yet to hug one. I don't hug trees. I may be a tree lover, but I have yet to hug a tree. But I hug people because I care about people, and that is our nature in our relationship to care. In your story, if your scene does not introduce your main character for that scene, your introduction is weak. We need to identify with a character. So that's the C. Next, the essential thing that you must have, your character must want something. An objective, that's the O word in Scoop. An objective is essential. Why? If your character wants something in the scene, what happens to your reader? Oh, they want something. That is engaging. But flip the coin. Well, what if your character doesn't want anything in particular? They're just kind of floating down the stream. Well, even in floating down the stream, there's an opportunity to enjoy and want something, to want the pleasure, the peace, and all of this. The point here is we need, with every scene, to identify the purpose and the objective in what my character is focused upon, because those are the only details that are important in the scene. Describing something other than what the character wants is a distraction, and it dilutes your story. It diminishes your focus. Today, we have to hold people's attention with plenty of intensity and tension as the story moves along. You do that by connecting with what your character wants. Then the second O in Scoop is the obstacle. Why is the obstacle important? Guess what? If you know what's going to happen, the story's over. The obstacles make us want to know, is it going to happen? What's going to happen? The obstacle, we have to identify, okay, I want something. Well, I'm going to get it. End of story. No, what are the obstacles that keep me from getting it? That makes the story, because it puts the outcome in doubt and it keeps us turning the pages for the next scene. Then we concern ourselves with the P word, which is plight. Because if what we want and the obstacles that we face don't matter, then it doesn't matter to readers either. So we have to look at the consequence. What happens? Either you must thrill your character or you must chill your character. There has to be an emotional attachment to the outcome. Now, a trip to the refrigerator is pretty boring for me, unless it contains what I want. And I might face some obstacles. Frank, you're talking about a boring refrigerator. Come on, how can that be interesting? This is the rather wonderful thing about Scoop. If you identify a situation, character, objective, obstacle, and plight, I can make anything interesting. I want you to know that there was a time when going to the refrigerator was not all that exciting for me because there was no Bluebell in the freezer. But we could make the plight more significant. Let's suppose I'm diabetic. I'm on the verge of a diabetic attack and the insulin is in the refrigerator. And am I going to make it or am I going to die? That's the nature of plight that we want to talk about, because plight does not have to be a matter of being threatened with physical life or death. As a teenager, I want you to know having a zit could be a life or death matter. True? The emotional pain is greater than the physical pain. And so we have to look at this emotion in the character. Then we talked earlier about the importance of the character change. We've got to identify for our character in a scene, in a chapter, in the book, how is my character changing? That has two elements, insight and transformation. That's the it, and Scoop It Up. Your character has to learn something from the experience, or your reader's not going to learn anything from the story experience. And then they have to be changed in some way. They may not know what they learned. They may not know how they have changed, but you as the writer must know. And that helps drive the story. Finally, when you get to the end of the scene, you get to the end of a chapter, you get to the end of an episode, we have the unresolved problem because something else comes next. You might think that winning $1 million would be the end of a story. I want you to know it can be the beginning of a story. It's the beginning of problems. Now you have $1 million to lose. Now you have a million things that could go wrong besides all the things that you already had. Sure. So identifying what comes next. What's the problem that comes next? Now that we have become this, what's next? So every story has a next chapter until you decide, okay, the book's finished, but then there's the next book. Your life right now is a finished book, if today is the last chapter. But otherwise, we've got another book ahead in you. And so that principle applies throughout. Now, what I have told you is a process that must be practiced. I can tell you that I have written no less than, I should say, how many? At least 2,000 scoop it up summaries. I would never think of writing a scene, a chapter, or anything without first identifying, can we agree, the 7 essential elements, just those 7 things. Know those 7 things, be sure those are included, and you can sit back and enjoy what happens with your story. I can tell you it makes no difference whether you are writing fiction or nonfiction. These elements are essential in your story. And if you write a really good story, you shouldn't be able to tell the difference. You should say, did this really happen? This is amazing. But it sounds real. It did happen. That's what a story should be. You shouldn't, it may be based on a true story, but everything has to be real. I'm out of time, I think. No, I have 7 more minutes left. Oh, cool. That means we can go on. Okay, a few books that are over here, and I'm not in the business of selling books, but on the other hand, I am interested in helping you with information, and I want you to know that I needed in this 30 minutes to give you about 3 hours worth of material, and there's no way we do that. Certainly the book I wrote on storytelling at its best includes all of these scoop it up elements and lots of examples that you can read and study and practice. How many of you are really good at reading a book, studying it like a textbook, as if you were going to take a test on it? I'm not seeing all that many. Thank you, Amy. A few of us. When I started this process, because originally I hated writing, it's a true story and we won't get into all that, but I hated writing. There wasn't anything I hated more than writing until about 30 years ago when I realized God had a plan for my life in writing, and so I decided, I think I'll spend the rest of my life liking what I hated up until that point. So I made up my mind. Every day I'm working a full-time job. Every day I'm going to spend at least 4 hours writing, doing research. It began with a 12-year project of writing Eyewitness to the Life of Christ Told in One Story. The point I want to make here is your writing doesn't happen easy, and it requires your time investment. And you can go online and you can get course after course after course, most of them, many of them free, some for very little money. All the information is there, but it's the practice of it that is unavoidable. You have to do the work. So how many minutes a day or a week or a month are you going to invest? Now, before we be just overwhelmed with this, how many of you have finished a book? You finished a book. Oops. Now, how many of you haven't finished a book? How many of you would like to finish another book? Okay. Let me do some simple math for you. Can you write 250 words in one day? You could? Really? 250 words is not that many. I want you to know professional writers, including me, Stephen James, Michener. I've read about a few people. You know what they average in writing in words per day? 750. It takes a lot out of you. But surely we can write 250 good words in a day. Do you know that 250 words adds to 1 page? Do you know that there are 365 days in a year? That would be 365 pages, which is the equivalent of 2 books. And how many years have we gone by without finishing one? Now, I spent 2 full years writing the novel about the man born blind. I put a lot of effort into it. How much practice do you want to put into it? It is a process. Eyewitness took 12 years. Now, the novel took 2 full years of intense work. So whatever you want to put into it, you just have to keep the wheels turning. That's my point. If you can do 1 page a day, if you can do 1 page a week, you just have to keep it going. So just briefly on the page about the storytelling intensive, this is 6 hours of hands-on, let your fingers do the walking practice. And it's $195 unless you sign up today. We have a few open seats, and there will be another one of those, I'm sure, at some future point if we sell out. Some of the seats are already taken, I know. But it's all up to you in whether you want some help in practicing this. And I'll spend a lot of time going through this whole process. You can look at the different points. I'll just mention one thing. Do I have a minute left? Oh, I have 3. Okay. On this page, there is a new program introduced in the this month. Trying to think exactly when it released. About the middle of July 15th. This is a program with Amazon that's brand new in every respect, in which episodes, chapters, or scenes can be posted by any writer. But here's the challenge. You need scoop to make that episode captivating. Because the way Amazon's program works, the first 3 episodes are free. And after that, you will pay to read more episodes. Do you see the point here? You read one, you got to read the next. You want to read the next, you want to read the next. If you don't have situation, character, objective, obstacle, and plight, if you don't have an unresolved problem that's going to take you into the next episode, you're not going to develop a platform, an audience that is the general market. It can reach everybody in the world. And the first 3 chapters are what you have to captivate people. But the whole novel doesn't have to be finished. You can do it episode by episode. You can release 1 a week. It's just that you need to make them the best that they can be. So on Saturday, there's 2 weeks from now, August 14th, 9:30 to 4. And we'll serve a box lunch of some sort. I haven't worked that out, but I trust you will not let you starve. There's another program called Wattpad. There are some others besides that, but Kindle Vella will be the one. I don't know if you've noticed, but 80% of the market at least is pretty well owned by Amazon. So if you want to develop an audience with captivating stories and practice the process, Kindle Vella is a wonderful opportunity, but trust me, you need scoop to make it happen, and I can show you some examples of that. We will practice the creative process. I have been to seminars and spent over $1,000 for a seminar and walked away with a pile of information, and I get back to my office and I say, now what do I do? And I've also spent that kind of money where the instructor said, okay, write this, do this. And when I got home, I knew what to do. I can tell you that after a couple thousand times of writing scoop it up summaries, I know how to do it. I can show you how to do it, but you doing it will be the crucial thing. So if you can afford the time and the money, it will be well worth your effort if you're interested in learning how to tell captivating stories. This was not intended to be a sales pitch. So the alternative to this, if you have a question, there is an email address, frank@frankball.org. Just that simple. I answer all emails, all personal questions and I delete all forwards. Did you get that? So you don't need to tell me what somebody else has said, but if you have a question for me, I am eager to answer it, to respond to it, to help you in any way I can. If you have a question, if you need advice, I don't mind at all sharing my opinion, even if it's wrong. All right?
Will you please repeat the first part of your email address?
Frank. Frank. F-R-A-N-K at frankball.org, not .com. I'm a nonprofit, see? It wasn't intended that way, but it did turn out that way. Okay? Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Well, listen, you guys have listened this morning to Lisa Burkhart Worley, Gloria Ashby, and Frank Ball. So if you're not ready to go home and write, might I suggest a glass blowing class? This has been wonderful. I love this event. Every year I really do look forward to it because I walk away so empowered. And I'm really hoping the same for each and every one of you today. My name is Joy, and I'm the founder of Joy & Company, a literary organization that promotes and supports faith-based writing, reading, and the circulation of it. And we have a couple of vehicles or modes of operation by which we do that, being a radio show and the Christian Literary Awards that we're just super excited about this year because it's our 10th year. And wow. I think I look at 10-year-olds differently now, you know, after having reached this milestone with my baby. That started off really, really small in wanting it to be a book club that lasted for 3 months. And how do you stretch 3 months into almost 20 years? I think this year, it was 19 years ago when we started our first book club. Just that 3-month thing that I needed a devoted friend like Rosemary LeGrand to say, I'm going to make sure you do this. I'm going to make sure you read 3 Christian books. I'm going to read them with you. So it was not my thing at all to read Christian literature. I felt like I went to church every Sunday, Bible study on Wednesdays, and the Bible. That is enough. And growing up, I read that catechism book every week. That was enough of Christian, literature. And look at what God has done with my zeal to read. I just can't believe it my own self. So that's our heart. We want to recognize you as people who made a decision to write, to glorify God. We want to recognize those of you who have testimonies of life, real life situations that only God could have seen you through. Only God could have given you the victory in those. And it is amazing how after 19 years of reading your books, what God does to me. Like on the way here, I'm talking to God in the car and I'm making references to Gloria Ashby's book, Connecting the Dots. And it's just amazing how when you read faith-based literature, God puts that in your spirit and it stays there, And when I think about books like The Only Father I Ever Knew, and it makes me really appreciate my natural dad, who has me living a life with endless wonderful stories. And then it makes me reflect on my Heavenly Father, who is just, beyond my comprehension to be able to thoroughly explain how wonderful He is in our lives. He does so much for us. And when you make that decision to write to glorify His name, you've made a decision to empower whoever reads your work with an introduction to for some, an enhancement to for others, and just like a straight and narrow pathway to knowing, understanding, and loving our Father God in heaven. And that's very powerful, and that's quite an accomplishment. So my hat's off to you. Kudos to you that you desire to write, particularly that you desire to write to glorify the name of God. And I'm going to share one more thing, and I'm going to let Rosemary tell you about the Christian Literary Awards, because my desire to honor you as faith-based literature writers comes from 11 years ago. I was at a big book conference, and many of you may have even heard this story before, in Houston, Texas, and they were all authors from all genres, and they were like over 300, and they were in this room, and in the back, in the corner, was about 3, and may have been 5 Christian authors. And people were too tired to walk all the way to the back of that big room. Could you imagine 300 plus tables in a room? That's a lot of tables where people are stopping you as you're going by to sell their book to you. You don't even make it to the last row in the back, you know? And I stumbled upon this little corner with those Christian authors back there, and they never left my mind. I didn't even get to all of them because the whole hoopla for the entire weekend was about an author who was featured. So when I found out he was single, I was ready to go, you know, put my lipstick on and make sure I had to turn around and leave the cute little Christian authors and go get ready to go to his reception. And I was like, okay, this is it. Wouldn't it be wonderful if God has a multi-million-dollar author for me to marry, right? Okay, so I'm running, I'm ready to go and meet this guy. And the closer I got to meeting this author, the sicker I became. I was with 2 of my dear friends, Rosemary and another friend, and they literally were like, do we need to call 911? What is wrong? I was literally, the closer I got up to the front, I was getting so sick to the point that I had to retire to my room, you know, and I was like, oh my God, I'll be okay. Y'all go enjoy yourself. I asked God what was wrong. I fell asleep and I woke up and realized that I had dreamed about a beautiful awards show. It was wonderful. And I was on the stage, and I don't even like to get up here. I don't like to do this, really. And, you know, I know about how much I'm talking. You can't believe that, but it's true. But you know what? I sat on the bed. I started feeling better, and God told me, that author that you were trying to get to me wrote pornography. He was a, what do you call that? Exotica, not pornography. It's called exotica. Erotica. Okay, exotica. You see, I can never get the name right. I can never even get that name right out of my mouth. It's crazy. What is it now?
Erotica.
Erotica. Okay, y'all forgive me. That's just not in my psychic. But that was this author that they were just like had it in, you know, illuminated the whole weekend. And God said, I want you to honor my authors. And those little Christian authors in the back in the corner popped up in my mind. And that night I dreamed, and God gave me a vision for the Christian Literary Awards. And that was 11 years ago. And we had met some really handsome men, and they were taking us out to dinner. And so they were taking us out to dinner, and over dinner, I told everybody about my dream that I had, and I'm going to do the Christian Literary Awards. And one of the gentlemen was a wealthy man who said, I'll finance you. I'm going to help you. But you got to change the name, because people are tired of hearing from Christians. He said, nobody wants to invest in Christians anymore. They don't want to hear anything from Christians anymore. People are all Christianed out. If you change the name to the Inspirational Literary Awards or the Motivational Literary Awards, I can get you all the financial backing you need. So I said, let me think about that. Nice offer, right? So I go back, I think about him. I wake up the next morning, gonna go have breakfast with these same couple of men, And let me tell you something, before I left the room, the Holy Spirit reminded me of something, and I'm not gonna tell you this story, it's time for me to sit down. But the Holy Spirit reminded me of something that happened to me when I was getting ready to go to my senior prom. And my mother ended the story, told me, Joy, listen, you better dance with the one who brought you. But she used the word brung. You better dance with the one who brung you. And when I woke up that morning, the Holy Spirit brought that conversation back to my mind, where my mother told me to dance with the one who brought me. Because I was, plotting to dance with this other guy who didn't bring me to the prom. That's a long story. Anyway, so I get to dinner and I said, thank you for your offer. I really appreciate it. But I think I better dance with the one who brought me. Okay. And so we are celebrating the 10th annual Christian Literary Award.
Wow. And that is a true story because I was there. My name is Rosemary LeGrand and I'm the Director of Operations for Joy and Company. And I'm going to tell you about the Christian Literary Awards. The Christian Literary Awards is a celebration for the authors that we have interviewed in 2020 and 2021. We have combined the 2 years. The reason being is because of COVID. So we have multiple authors and it's going to be an extravagant. And on your table, you will see the lineup, for the Christian Literary Awards. And it's really for our authors. It is going to be an elegant evening. We're going to put out the Ritz for our authors. We have stellar entertainment, and it's going to be absolutely wonderful. And it will be on October the 16th, 1500 Convention Center Drive, and that's going to be in Arlington at the Sheraton Hotel. So as you see that information on your the flyer, please, tickets are now on sale at the ChristianLiteraryAwards.com. Now, because of COVID, sitting is limited. So if you don't try to get your tickets like as soon as possible, there is a possibility that you may not be able to attend. But then you can always be with us next year. But we would love for you to be in the midst of our company this year. And as we talked about 2021, I just want to extend to each and every one of you, we do have new authors here or authors that you know of. We are now accepting books for 2022. And you can go on Joy and, you can go back to the ChristianLiteraryAwards.com. You will have information about 2022. Just go ahead and submit your book at the ChristianLiteraryAwards.com, or you can go on joyandcompany.org. Now it's going to be a celebration. We are going to be here after the event if you want to ask Joy, Rose, and myself, any questions. And again, as I said, look at this. You don't want to miss this organization, and you don't want to miss this celebration. Thank you.
I'm Rose Lewis. No, you didn't see my name, but I am not invisible. You've heard about the Christian Literary Awards. You've heard about how it got started. But I want to let you know what happens when you decide to submit your book to the Christian Literary Awards. You don't just get your book submitted and we set it aside and you wait till that night. It gives you an opportunity to be interviewed on our radio show, The Review with Joy and Company, which airs on Mondays from 7 to 9 p.m. on an internet radio show at Fishbowl Internet Radio at Globe Life Park in Arlington, Texas. It's a great opportunity for you because one thing that we do, we actually read your books. You have a good interview because I've heard authors say, I didn't even see that in my book. And probably it was because I saw something they didn't see, because I delve into the book really deep and I always look beyond what you're telling me. I guess from being in class with Frank, I'm going to even get better at it. But we read your books, and when we read your books and we do your interview, it gives you an opportunity for people to We do a Facebook Live. They make comments for you. They may have questions for you. People could call into the radio station while you're doing your interview. And people actually buy your books. We have been online where people want to know, who did you say that author is? How can I get that book? And we put your book on our website and link it directly to whoever has your book, be it Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or your own personal website. We link it to there so that when they want to buy your book, they can go to our website, click on it, and go directly to your book. Now, as Rosemary said, some of you here may be new authors that want to enter your book for 2022 because 2021 is closed. And we want to give you the opportunity to do that. Some of you already have your books on the platform for 2021. Lisa Burkhardt Worley, Gloria Ashby, ones that I know that I see right now that do. But what I want to do is, if you don't have a book on the platform, I need people to read because we have at least 3 people read the book for people that are on the platform. Deborah, who I love dearly, reads for me quite well. She reads books. And that person actually gets a scorecard, sends it to an independent firm where they can take all the scores and tally them to decide who the Henry recipient will be that night. We actually give 2 awards. We give the Henry Award and we also give the Reader's Choice. So you don't feel like, well, I know my book wasn't good enough to do this. But if you got friends, family, and fans, you can still walk away with an award because we give the Reader's Choice Award. It seems like a lot, but it's great, it's wonderful, and you'll love the opportunity.
Our next session is for you. You know, I can choose a lot of speakers to speak on a lot of topics, but I'm not always sure that we'll answer your questions. So we have a panel discussion. I'm going to ask Lori Freeland and Margie Lane and Frank Ball and Lisa Burkhardt Worley. As I was saying, some of you might have questions that haven't been answered yet. And so we have this wonderful panel of experts here that would love to attempt to answer any and all questions that you might have about writing, about publishing, whatever's on your mind that we can help you with. So who has a question? Jim's going to come around and allow you to speak into his microphone so everyone can hear the question, and then these 4 will fight over who's going to answer it.
Frank can answer the mic.
Okay. Oh, if you give me a mic, then I will never give it up.
So when you're writing biblical texts or things about books, do you have a team behind you that helps you make sure that you have your facts and your theology correct?
Who are you talking to?
Anybody?
Oh, I had the microphone. Yeah, one of the reasons why I feel like God led me to a seminary degree back in 2003 is because He wanted me to have credibility behind my writing. And being in seminary helped me learn how to research biblical matters and be more of an authority on the Bible. And so I think, for me, I think it was important to have that degree so that my writing would have more depth. So yes, and I do have people read the books to make sure I'm accurate. However, I think that I'm not saying that all you writers have to have seminary degrees, but for me, I felt like it was necessary because I was teaching the Bible a lot through my books.
So I can be theologically correct because I have half of a seminary.
Yeah, there you go.
Just kidding.
I actually have something else I wanted to share with you. We have a team of people who do editing with Roaring Lambs. And I know that, for instance, one of our editors just finished editing a book that it was a Catholic book. And she ended up pouring through the catechism to make sure that she had quoted it correctly. And so our editors do that kind of in-depth studying to make sure that not only did you post a good verse for that particular scripture, but you've also written it correctly and quoted it correctly. And so.
If you're writing for a Christian audience, you're in trouble. Take any congregation, I don't care where it is. You've got Baptist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal, I can give you a dozen different labels with varying beliefs. The best thing that can happen for you is to have a broad base of understanding and use the Bible as its own commentary. I'm amazed at how Rick Warren did with Purpose-Driven Life, but he used a variety of different translations and let the Bible speak for itself. Now, there is a rule about that, though, because people can read the Bible and they don't. So what matters for what you write is your perspective on what different verses say. Your perspective matters, and people will relate to that. You're entitled to your opinion regardless, and people want to know what you think. So you look at different verses and look at what that says to you. That's what devotions are all about, is to take events, real events, imagined events, story events, and connect that with some experience that delivers a useful truth. Story is what will deliver truth, not quoting the Bible. I don't know if you're aware of it. When I was a kid, I learned that Jesus loved me because the Bible tells me so. That's not true anymore. People question that. You tell them a story that reveals God's love, and then they'll believe the verse. It comes in that order. So your opinion matters a whole lot, and you use Scripture to support that.
No, I totally agree with everything that Frank said, and I was talking to someone earlier today about how when you're sharing your story, no one can argue with your personal experience. They can argue the Bible up and down, the theology up and down, but when you share your personal transformative experience and how God changed your life and worked in your life, and they see that emotion in your eyes and how it really changed you, no one can argue with that. So I think that's a beautiful thing.
Okay, I have a question. I brought my granddaughter this week to this session, and she's been writing since she was very young. But I want her to make some connection with maybe her style and everything, and get into devotional writing for teens. And maybe our group could even in the future have some younger subjects addressed so that we can reach young people. That is so important now. So do you have any direction, or anybody in the room, for the teen might speak to that?
I think you need a guest blog. You could maybe guest blog on the Roaring Lambs blog. On our website, I take guest bloggers. And so those are places where you can practice your writing and get your writing out there. There are a lot of ministries who have blogs who are always, and a lot of us who are older want you. We want the younger writer. We want to have the younger voice, and we're trying to find ways to bring that in. So that would be my my encouragement to you, is to start looking around to see, and you've got two right here where you could guest blog, and you could write a 500-word blog or whatever, and you could get your voice out there that way. And we promote you, both of us.
I would say also that one of the best things you can do is to keep writing. So don't stop. The other thing is, if you can find a small group, like a critique group, and I know critique is one of those words that you're like, no, I don't want anybody to criticize my writing. It's painful, but it's such an awesome way to learn. And so the more you learn about your craft, the easier it's going to be for the Lord to speak stories through you, because you're going to already be confident in your writing ability.
Maya Angelou is quoted as saying that we are born creative, but by the time we graduate high school, we've had all that trained out of us. And we got to go back, I think, to our creative roots. Don't ever lose your youth. I've been accused of being a kid sometimes. The thrill of sliding down the banister still appeals to me. So
Take some video.
Recognize your audience and be creative with it, and be spontaneous, and then it works.
And maybe even through social media, writing a blog on Facebook page, or have your own page that you can write for and have people follow you.
On that note, also, just a website. You know, create a website, and maybe it's just right now. Get your free one. Is it what's the name of the free? Wix.
WIX.
Yeah, WIX. You can do a free website and make it just blog centered, and drive people through social media to your blog.
Or a Facebook group.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
A Facebook group. If you start a Facebook group with some of your friends and y'all are, engaging back and forth, other people are going to join it, and that's more and more people for you to write for.
Yeah, and okay, we got a lot on this, right? But look at us, we're not your age. But when you throw your okay, sorry. Well, anyway, so when you throw your And so when you throw your blog out on social media, ask questions like, what do you think about this? What are your experiences? And then you develop a conversation, which will draw people more to what you're writing.
Don't you totally love being in the center of attention right now? So when I first started writing with North Texas Christian Writers, I put together a group that wanted to meet every week because we were doing monthly or whatever. And a 13-year-old girl came up to me. And I was probably in my 30s at the time, and she's like, if I promise I can keep up and I can take it, can I join your group? And I'm like, okay. And I knew nothing about teens writing, but I didn't have kids or whatever. And she's now 25 and is like a second daughter to me, Katie. And she learned so much, even though we were old. We were sort of like a family together. So even if you can't find a group of younger people, which maybe put something out there like on Facebook or ask your friends, hey, you want to get together every couple weeks and write together? But if you get desperate, sometimes old people can help you. And we did become a family, and it was pretty awesome. We were all, at her wedding and everything. So you add a lot for us, and then we can give you some knowledge because we've been around longer too. So
one more thing on this, like what she said, I want to just piggyback on that. Be a learner. Be willing to humble yourself and learn from other people who've been there, done that. And we're still learning. I know I am. I'm still learning. I want to get better and better. I just want to improve my writing. I'm actually going to go to a preaching intensive. I speak a lot, but I'm going to go to a preaching intensive because I want to learn how to speak more powerfully. So just keep learning.
Who else has a question?
Oh, there's one over there.
Margaret? Wait for the mic, Margaret.
Okay, I don't want this to sound negative, but there have been times in my Christian walk that I've been really puzzled by testimonies from alternative religions that don't preach the truth of the gospel, and they can be very compelling. And I guess I should have been a quality control person instead of a social worker and a cat rescue person. But I always see that something's wrong with this, and I don't know what to do with that. And I don't want to pick on a religion, but one time I heard on the Catholic radio, I don't want to pick on them. There's some Catholics that are wonderful, spirit-filled people. I know that, but I've met them. But I heard it on Catholic radio, and he was talking about how his relationship with the Virgin Mary, the Mother Mary, just changed his whole life. And I didn't know what to do with that. It was just such a glowing testimony. So what do you do with that?
I've got a word on that.
Okay.
And Donna's heard me talk about this before, but one of my favorite all-time books is The Shack. And a lot of that is a very controversial book. But for me, why can't we think of God as a great big God, larger than what we can comprehend? And why can't God be a woman? Why can't God appear as a woman, I guess? Why can't the Holy Spirit be that character that the Shack had in the book? Why can't Jesus be this? And I thought, it expanded, because I think what God does is he reaches you however he's going to reach you. And whatever will speak to you, he'll use. And I think in that testimony that you're talking about, maybe it wasn't exactly religiously, it's not your where you're coming from spiritually, but for whatever reason, maybe it's going to reach somebody.
Yeah.
God, okay, go ahead. I was gonna say something else.
You know, I know that you can't argue religion. If you start to argue, you've lost the argument. You can say back to that guy, or well, you couldn't because it was radio, but if you're in person, what you say is, you know, I'm so glad that God showed himself real to you. Let me tell you how he has shown himself to me. And you just start talking about how Jesus has saved you and how you came to know Christ as your Lord and Savior, what a difference he's made in your life. But once you start into any kind of argument about religion with anybody, you've lost. You just agree and then share truth from your perspective.
It's not that it's right, but it does create an opening for you, like she said, and also it could be speaking to the person who's, God uses it as a vehicle.
Question is, whose right are we talking about? Because we all know, everybody in this room, what we believe is right. Isn't that true? Why would we believe something that wasn't right? Everyone in this room believes what's right. But if we were to compare notes, we'd find out that there's a lot of differences of understanding, and we'd have to talk a little bit to reach some kind of agreement. 30 years ago, when I first got into writing, I was writing biblical fiction stories in a general market writers group. Every week, I took a 5-page story and read it to the group. All biblical, factual, with weaving in all of the plausibility, something that makes the story full and complete. What I found most interesting, because about 80% of this group had some degree of biblical background, the most amazing thing was that people would object to the things that I could not change, because that's what the Bible said. And yet their knowledge of what the Bible actually said was weak, even though they were Christian. The most wonderful thing about that experience, though, was having the agnostic and the atheist in the group. Because after a few months of hearing biblical fiction stories, I noticed that their own writing started having God show up in their writing. Isn't that interesting? So the point here is, we are in influence, and we don't know how we're going to connect with other people's beliefs. But we can't change other people's beliefs. They will change their beliefs. So what we can do is offer truth in story. And I can tell you, story communicates truth, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. I can use fiction to communicate truth better than I can nonfiction, because nonfiction tends to be more limited. I can tell the truth better. But the idea here is to deliver the experience in story, and people will find the parts that work for their lives. And that's about the best ministry we can do.
Yeah. Another question?
There was a book I think Stephen Pressfield wrote called The War of Art, and understanding my limitations as an author in training and development. I've got a story I know the Lord's been dealing with me for decades, and I just haven't gotten it out. And so I'm looking for resources that can say, okay, I know you're not disciplined to actually write it, sit down and write it, or at least this has been an excuse, and I know you guys are saying, just sit down and start doing it. I got it, but there are certain ways I'm managing around my limbs. Are there creative ways or tools or resources that say, hey, you've got the message, I can help you get it out in a better way, to whether it's a ghostwriter or whether it's through different ways? What are your suggestions for someone like me who's not maybe going to discipline himself at this station in his life to actually write it, but has the words to write it, and would partner with someone to say, here's the message, here's how I want it done, help me do it?
I'm going to hand you off to Frank, but I just want to say you can do it. You can do it. And here's the thing. Once I asked Max Lucado, I asked some people that are affiliated with Max Lucado, who's turned out zillions of books. I said, how does he get so many books written? It's because he schedules his time. It's like a job. He schedules it during his week, hours, 2-hour stretches, where he just sits down and writes. It becomes a job to him. So anyway, I just want to say that.
So I know I can, I just don't want to. That's what I'm saying.
How about speaking it? speaking
Yes,
it into a recorder.
That's how I did my first one. Yes, ma'am.
That's exactly the
And
best
I
way
needed
to do
someone
it.
to transcribe it, right?
Yeah, and there
then
are programs that will do that automatically for you too.
if you could
Yes,
point me in
does,
those directions.
Frank, you know the names of the programs that will transcribe?
Oh, Dragon Naturally Speaking is the
Dragon?
Yeah, I done Dragon. It didn't work very well for me. I don't know, my dialect or whatever didn't. I found myself having to edit more than anything.
Well, none of those are going to be perfect. I work with Dragon for at least 30 minutes every day on some of the work I do. And yes, you're right, you really have to watch it because we have words that sound alike that are spelled differently. Now, tell me, how do you write, there are 3 twos in the English language. So how in the world is Dragon going to put that on the page? Language has its encumbrances. Let me say though, the more you write, the better you will get at it. If speaking is your comfort zone, then speak in a communicative way in which it would make sense in writing. Where am I headed with this? If we can write like we talk and we can talk like we write, we become better in both areas. It's sort of like the pro basketball player who always took a jump shot when he took a shot. And then when he went to make free throws, he took a jump shot. So what's he doing? He's practicing on both sides. And so if you can marry your communication in speech with writing, then you can improve both areas. Now, if you just don't want to do it, you could pay me to do it, except for one major problem. I'm not you. I can't beat you. And so the challenge of any ghostwriter is to become like the client that they're working with, and it's not an easy task. It requires a unique marriage, so to speak, to learn the person's heart, where they're coming from, how to put the words together, and even then, until the stories are written or something is put down, we don't have enough to work with. So, and then too, it costs lots of money.
Any other questions? We're going to move through the next couple of questions real quick.
I want to answer one more thing. You can also hire a person that will actually type it up for you. And so there are people that do that. Just holler at us, we can find them for you.
Hi, I'll make it quick. So my question here for the panel is, for myself, how can I authentically tell my God story? And I've already written it, but with truth and grace. Because when I'm tying it into my business, and that is where my purpose is going, but when you've got a lot of noise around, do it this way, but my focus is my God story. And so where it's being told with what sparked it is, don't bring religion into it. You're separated from corporate America, but this is who my true authentic self is why I'm here. And so how do I make sure that I drown that noise out and I really stay true? Because if I need to go into the media areas, to be able to stay true to that. Thank you.
I can tell you that situation, character, objective, obstacle, and blank can help you a whole bunch in being able to work with the things that I teach with Scoop It Up. It's the setup in showing where we're going with the experience, and then readers walk away with that experience. So it is a process that can be learned. But it starts with just writing it, just get it down. Just get the information and then develop it from there.
And Michelle, you may need to write your story several different ways for different purposes. For the audience that you're trying to reach for Christ, you can't eliminate God. That would be sad. But you can tone the religion part of it down, and you can write a stronger faith-based testimony for like our book and for other places that you want to speak it. So, you know, your story takes on a different note for different places, and God will lead you on that. All right, I think we have time for one more question, and then thank you, panel, for being here and answering, and we'll get on to our next speaker. Cliff.
I'm getting pummeled, man. I'm on the ropes over here by all the affirmations I'm getting from y'all today. So thank y'all for that. And how is it that I just shared with this table that I don't speak the way I write. Lisa, you and Donna both know that, talking to me, I don't write the way, I don't speak the way I write. I would love to be able to speak the way I write. And Mr. Ball, when you touched on that, I was just like, here we go. So how does that hone, how do you, I don't
Well,
know,
Cliff, I
sharpen
beg
that
to
hone there?
differ with you.
Oh, really?
Because I think you do speak the way you write. When you write straight from your heart. And that's how it comes out. It comes out and it sounds like you, regardless of what you think. When I read your writing, I hear your voice.
But it's crazy because I don't have that vocabulary in everyday speech.
Okay,
Maybe
there
I just
is-
don't realize it.
There is a natural tendency that we all have because of our schooling. We were all taught to say things in a certain right way, a basic mindset that we jump into from a literary perspective. Build a bridge and get over it. It's terrible. Why? Because it makes us all sound alike. And there isn't any two in this room who are alike. So we need our unique voice, and we speak our unique voice all the time. So it's really important to break out of that old literary mold and be spontaneous. There have same kind of different as me that Blue Like Jazz, Contemporary Thoughts on Christianity. There are a number of best-selling novels that were rejected by traditional publishers time and again. Why? Because it didn't fit the traditional mold. Guess what? A whole lot of our audience is tired of the traditional mold, and you can help in communicating things that are fresh and alive and will mean something to your readers. And it comes from learning to write like you talk and then talk and write better.
Good point.
Yeah, and I was going to say that's just what I do. Honestly, my books are usually like I talk because I was a sportscaster, right? And I was writing for television, so I was always writing how I would speak. And so I think that's the reason why I do. I've actually had to work a little bit on the literary part where, I can try to say something a little like, kind of like I was telling Gloria how great it was that she packaged some of her stuff so uniquely. So I still think it's good to be creative and try to write something that'll draw people in, even though it's kind of how you speak.
Really quick. So you're saying basically that you like the way you write, but when you try to speak it, you aren't completely satisfied? Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say I like the way I write.
Doesn't sound
I
like
don't
It
hear
doesn't-
when
okay, yeah.
I speak with that vocabulary that I write with.
Yeah, because
I have a
also
spell check.
a lot of writers are introverts, right? And we feel more comfortable like editing ourselves and going over and rewriting it till it feels good, or whatever. And that's a huge issue. But like what Frank said too is if you can be a less literary anyway, that's better. And so probably the way that you're speaking and talking to people is good. So don't get caught up on having to have it come out like you've edited it a million times.
And also, Cliff, I know that when you write, it's a download from God. That the Lord is speaking to you and telling you what to write because He knows who's going to read it and they need to hear it just like He tells you to write it. So just keep on doing it. You're doing great. And if you want to follow Cliff, how can they follow you on Facebook?
I just saw the Trail of Tears.
Trail of Tears?
Yeah. James Powell.
It's James Powell on Facebook, right?
Don't ask me why I did it, but I changed my profile name, so a bunch of my friends lost me through that confusion. So it's Powell James. It's got a Texas.
Powell
flavor.
James, and he's powerful. So read James' Facebook page. Thank you so much to all of our panelists.
Hi, y'all. And I write like that too, just so you know. So I have a game. I'm sorry, I'm an elementary school teacher. Yay! So we're starting out things with a game, and so I have some free books. Yay! So if you would like a free book and are willing to play a game, would you raise your hand? There you go. So we've got two of you are going to play a game with us. Two of you right now. There'll be another one in just a minute. So who is another one? Raise your hand up. There you go. Okay, so here's your job. See the little ball you have in your hand?
Yes.
It goes in here.
Okay.
Give it a shot.
Can they stand up?
Ooh, gotcha.
Stand up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boom. Yes. 2 winners.
All right.
Okay, here you go. Here you go. One more.
What book did you give away, Marjorie?
I gave away, this is the first book of my Crime Fighter series. It is mystery, it is suspense, and there are 5 books in this series. It's a completed series, and so book 1. And I have one more to give away. Who got the ball? Okay, I just have one more to give away. Okay, Matthew, throw it at the basket. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Are you saying you can't see the target? You don't see the target? Thank you for making my point. This session is called Wild About You. It is all about finding out who to market your books to, and guess what? If you can't see your audience, you can't hit your audience. You tell me, which is better to zoom in? A panoramic lens or a telephoto lens? Tell me. You're going to zoom in. Telephoto, right? Okay, which is better for hitting a target? A sniper gun or a handful of confetti?
Sniper gun.
Yeah. Okay, so I gotta tell you, I hear this so often. Who's gonna like your book? Oh, everybody's gonna like my book. Anybody's gonna like my book. Young, old, they're gonna love my book. Men and women both like my book. Christian or non-Christian, they're gonna like my book. Guess what? You don't want to find people who are going to like your book. You want to find people who are going to love your book. That's your goal. You want to find rabid readers that are literally foaming at the mouth, waiting for the next book to come out. They are so excited. I have an example. How many of you have ever heard of Harry Potter? Whether you like him or not, you can't ignore the fact that J.K. Rowling sold millions of her books. Millions. And she has gone on record. Do you know who our audience was? Anybody guess? Anybody else?
Kids. Teenagers.
It was adults.
7th grade boys. She lasered in on her audience. Those 7th grade boys became ravenous wolves over her books. And they told their older brothers and sisters, and they told their younger brothers and sisters, and they told their parents, and they told their teachers. And it is a worldwide phenomenon what happened to those books, but it started with an audience that was that big. You might think that having a book that everybody's going to like is what you're supposed to have. And I hear it all the time. But it's not. You have to hone your audience so that you can hit your audience. When you narrow your audience, it gives you focus so you can define who it is you're looking for. It's going to give you directional cues. Geographically, you're going to know where you're focusing. Age, you're going to know where you're focusing. Gender, you're going to know where you're focusing. And then the best thing about narrowing your focus is once you've hit them or not hit them or given it a try, you can look back and actually evaluate if you hit them or not, because you're going to know who it is that you're looking for instead of aiming for a basket that's not there. So here's one way that you can narrow your focus. I'm going to put this up just a little bit because I talk really, really loud. And y'all don't need me yelling into that microphone. Can y'all hear me okay? Yes. Does that need me? Okay, can y'all hear me okay now? Okay, I'm going to stand back just a little bit and practice my eyesight. All right, so we have a room here, and all of you are going to like my book. But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ones that are going to love my book. So 25% of the room over here, 25% read for a reason. They like knowledge. 25% like to read, they like to glean something, they like to learn something, they like to experience something new. 25%. Another 25% read to escape. They need escape. Calgon, take me away. They need that escape. They want to engage their imagination and let whatever's behind them just stay behind them. That's why they read. 25% read for entertainment. It's not the same thing. For entertainment would be they read because they really get into the characters, or they love the plot twists. They want to better the sleuth. 25% read for entertainment. Because we also write in the Christian realm, we also have a fourth main reason to read, and that's for inspiration. We want the heartwarming, the motivational, the enthusiastic, the spark. Those are another reasons to read. Now, you can figure out which book your category is. Which book does your reader, which one will be solved by your book? Which of those questions will be solved by your book? Pick only one. Because like I said, the goal is to hone your audience. So here's the thing. My pastor, Brent Taylor, he's written a book, and it's called Founding Leadership. It's based on the Founding Fathers. He does not take that book to flea markets to sell. No. Where would he take it? Take it to where?
Leadership conferences.
Leadership conferences. He takes us to leadership conferences. He takes us to business conferences when he's speaking. He's on one of the presidential committees. He took it there. Because those are the people that are going to be interested in leadership, not a flea market. A flea market might be where I take my mysteries, because people that are at flea markets have a tendency to like mysteries. They just do. Okay, I write mysteries. Now, I have a new mystery coming out on Tuesday, and it's set in 1925 Dallas, and I've done all kinds of research on it. So our academics over here are going to like my book. And it's a history, so my escapists are going to like my book. And my characters are Christians, so my inspirations are going to like my book. But you know who my audience is? They're the entertainers, because it's a mystery. And entertainment people like to better the sleuth. They like to figure it out first. And so this is the quarter that I'm writing for. You have to figure out which one is your best quarter. Okay, moving on. Rabid. You want rabid fans. The definition of rabid: proceeding from an extreme or fanatical support of something. Oh, I love this word. Irrepressible. Irrepressible. You want irrepressible readers. Irrepressible readers. And you need to define those readers. You're going to actually do 3 things with those readers. Here's your note. You want to define your irrepressible reader. Then you want to find them. Then you want to engage with them. Ultimately, to put your book in front of them. So you want to define them, to find them, and to engage with them. I have an author that I just finished publishing his book for him. I just helped him publish his book. And the book was called Maroon and White. Sounds like a football book, doesn't it? It was a football book. It was a memoir, and it basically focused on just 3 years of his life. His sophomore, junior, and senior year in high school. In his senior year, his little bitty town football team won the state championship. It was huge. Their little bitty town is Bluefield, West Virginia. Bluefield, West Virginia. I know, I've never heard of it either. Bluefield, West Virginia. And I also couldn't figure out why his team color was maroon when it was Bluefield, but they didn't ask me. Bluefield, West Virginia is a little bitty town, probably 14,000, 15,000 people, which is a little bitty town when you consider. But he knows who his audience is. He's a name there. He knows who they are. He also knows where to find them. He doesn't live there anymore, but he knows where to find his audience. Because people in San Diego, California aren't going to care about this book as much. But people of Bluefield, they're going to care. Because they were there and they remember. And he's figured out a way to engage them. They have their big rivalry football game in 2 weeks. And he's doing a book launch right before the game, right there. He's going to sell thousands of books because it's going to have ravenous football fans, and that's what his book is about. So defining your irrepressible reader, finding your irrepressible reader, and then engaging your irrepressible reader. The thing is, I don't write about football. And I don't have a whole town that's behind me on this. And so how in the world do I find my irrepressible reader? How do I define them? Is that what you're asking? I hope it is, because I've got an answer for you. Okay. There are a few different ways that you can do it. This is the first page of your handout. There are a few different ways that you're going to do it. First thing is your author name. If you have a female author name, in general, females are going to read you. If you have a male author name, in general, males are going to read you. Does that mean that females are not going to read you? Heavens no. But you're writing to those that are going to be your irrepressible readers. Those are the focus. And so you have to take that into consideration. So I have a female reading name, or female author name, and so for the most part, females, ladies are going to read my book. So I write to ladies. The other thing is, I write fiction. Guess who reads fiction? Ladies. Ladies read fiction more than men do. They do. You can find any of that information on surveys on the internet. So fiction or nonfiction is going to have to do with who your irrepressible reader is. Your genre, the popularity also depends. It makes a difference. Whatever your genre is, I write mysteries. Well, that makes a difference on who reads my mysteries. Your main topic, your theme, or your setting, that's going to make a difference as well. Different generational groups. For instance, if you write about a cruise ship that is a retro cruise ship, and that's your setting, then just naturally the people that know the singing groups and that know the songs and recognize the songs, they're going to be your irrepressible readers because they're going to be familiar with that culture. More so than, for instance, our high schooler here, who may not know all the 80s songs. Last but not least, the age of your main character is going to make a difference. And that goes also for memoir writing. If you're writing in a memoir, you're writing about a specific time. Sometimes you might be writing about your entire life, but the biggest portion of your story is going to be about a specific time, and whatever age you are at that time is going to make a difference on who wants to read your book. Okay, so my irrepressible reader, I call her Irene. Where's Irene? There you are. No, I actually have an Irene right here. No, I call my irrepressible reader Irene because it helps me remember irrepressible reader. I know that I write fiction, so she is a lady. My main characters are 20s and 30s, so she's going to be aged 40 and above, okay? Because we tend to read down. I know that's weird, but we tend to read down. And again, I go by statistics. Because I write mystery, that raises my age a little bit. So my age is now 60s, 70s. Because I write romance, pulls my age back down again. Because when they hit the 70s, they don't read romance quite as often. I don't know why. I'm not going to touch it either. So my age then for my irrepressible reader is between 60 and 65. I write books that have faith-filled characters. My whole point is to try and help people spark their first love. And so Christians are going to be the ones that read my books. They're not written for non-Christians. That doesn't mean they can't read them, but they're not going to like them as much. And I've gotten the reviews to prove that. And because I write romance, catch this one. No one from the Northeast is going to read. I know. I read that on a couple of surveys this last week, and I'm like, are you kidding me? The northeastern part of the United States, for whatever reason, is really low on romance. I haven't. I can honestly say I have not been there, but I'm just going by the surveys. Also, because my book is set in Texas, it has a tendency to be more liked by Southern readers. So, this is what I come up with. My Irene is a down-to-earth 60-something. She's probably retired and probably from a stressful job like teaching or nursing where she never has time to read. I would even throw homeschooling moms in there because, well, homeschooling. And so she volunteers at a charity. She is involved in her church. She probably keeps a book or an iPad or a tablet in her purse because she's a 60-something. iPads don't freak her out. She reads for entertainment. Yes, this group right here. She reads for entertainment because she likes to outwit the sleuth. She probably likes games and puzzles. And you know what else she likes? See, I write clean books. So I bet she likes Hallmark Channel. She probably likes reruns of Perry Mason and Murder, She Wrote, and I see heads nodding, and Matlock, and Diagnosis Murder, and Ellery Queen, and so she probably likes all those because they're clean. Okay, I have also not only just defined her, I've also found her, and you don't realize I found her. I have found her on countless Facebook groups for Hallmark movies and mysteries, for retro TV shows, for rerun TV shows, for gamers or puzzlers. Nancy Drew has a puzzle group, and it's not all kids, it's all our age. Has a puzzle group. And so I found her on those. I can also find her in a suspense writers group or a suspense readers group. I can find her in a cozy mystery group, a Christian cozy mystery group. Avid Readers of Christian Fiction is a group on Facebook, and I find my Irenes there all the time. But here's the thing. I have now defined my Irene, and I have found my Irene. I can also find her in the flesh, by the way. I can find her at my church events. I can find her at Bible studies. And I go up to her at Bible studies, read my book! No. Please don't ask people to read your book when you're in Bible study. That's not a good thing. Guess what else is not a good thing? Going up on Twitter or Facebook and saying, read my book. It's a social media. So what do you think you might need to do? Social. Connect. You're going to engage your Irene. You're not going to sell to your Irene. They don't need billboards on Facebook or on Twitter, I promise. You're going to engage your Irene. And if you're on Facebook, if you're in a group, you know how you engage? Oh, I loved that book. That was the coolest book. Have you read this one by this other person over here? That was the coolest. I so enjoyed that book. And you know what happens to Irene? She friends you. She does. She friends you. Or even better, she joins your author page. And guess what you can do now? Read my book. Yeah. Now you have the right to share with your Irene, hello, I have a new book that's coming out. I can't wait. I'm so excited about it. Let me tell you all about it. She's going to go, yeah, okay, I know her. And she'll be excited for you. And then you put your book in front of her and let her do the rest. Because she is going to love your book. And she's going to say, Debbie, this is the coolest book. I got to share it with you. Oh my gosh, I have a copy. You want to borrow it? Oh, it's so good. You need to buy this book because this author is awesome. I have left her at least 15 reviews on Amazon. It's such a good book. You need it. She's going to be sharing it with everyone. I actually have an Irene that did this just a couple of weeks ago, and she came up to me. She said, would you sign my book for me? This lady I've known for 10 years, and she's in my Bible study. And I went, well, yeah. Do you want me to sign it as my real name or as my author name? And she laughed. She's like, your author name, please. It was so cute. But she has shared that book with so many people. And that book is that first one that I sent out, that I gave to some of you guys. So guess what? My books, all the rest of them of that series are selling like hotcakes right now. And part of it is because of her. She's telling everybody about it. So, Define your Irene, find your Irene, engage your Irene, and then let Irene do her thing. And that's how marketing starts.
If you can hear me, wave your hands way up high so I can see. I can just see your silhouettes. Okay, I see some hands there in the back. Thank you for your patience. I apologize for not being there in person. I have a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old, and also my wife is pregnant, and so the idea of bringing a pregnant wife with 2 toddlers to chase, that was not going to sell. So appreciate you letting me come in virtually. I'd like to talk with you about building a platform, reaching your readers, and I'd like to open with a story. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs who were sent off to go and find their fortune. The first little pig comes across a man selling hay. He says, "If you buy my hay, you can have a house today." Well, that sounds good, so he builds his house with hay. The second little pig comes across a man selling sticks. He says, "It's more work to build with sticks. But a house with sticks is better than those cheap houses built with hay." So he builds his house with sticks. And then the first and second little pig laugh and play the song. Meanwhile, the third little pig is hard at work building his house with bricks. "Come and play with us," the first little pig sang. The third little pig said, "No, I've got to work hard." The third little pig knew that in the woods was the big, bad wolf. Now, you know this story, and you know how it goes. The big, bad wolf comes upon the house of the first little pig, and he says, little pig, let me in, let me in." And the little pig says, "Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin." So the wolf huffs, and he blows the house down, and then he eats the first little pig. We're all old enough to not have the Disney censored version. We're doing the real. So he comes across the house of the second little pig, and he huffs and he puffs and he blows, but the house will not blow down. And then he sets the house on fire, and he has a meal of roast little pig. Then he gets hungry again, and he comes across the house of the third little pig, and he huffs and he puffs and he blows, and the house will not blow down. He burns, and the house will not catch fire, and the third little pig lived happily ever after. So what does this have to do with platform building? Well, most authors build their platforms poorly. They believe one of 2 myths, and I'd like to break them down for you very briefly. The first myth is all about this question: why do you write? Are you writing because you want to be somebody? Because writing is your path from irrelevancy to popularity? Are you writing because you want to feel better about your life, to feel like you're contributing? Or are you writing because you want to do something? Now, this little difference makes all the difference in the world. Now, a lot of authors are writing because they're looking for validation. They're looking for people to tell them, you are a good writer, or more fundamentally, you are a good person. You are a good Christian if you wrote this book. And if you are wanting affirmation, if you're wanting encouragement, publishing is not the industry for you. This is not a place where you're going to find that. But if you're wanting to make a difference, this is a great place to make a difference in the world. Authors with a higher purpose have a huge advantage over those who don't. And this is true even if their higher purpose is just providing for their families. Put another way, it can't be all about you. Love your readers more than you love your book. This is the first of the book marketing 10 commandments. For those of you who listen to my podcast, you know what I'm talking about. Now, this presents a bit of a paradox, right? So then the question is, when is it okay to sell yourself? If it can't be all about you, if authors with a higher purpose outperform those who don't have a higher purpose, then can you ever sell yourself? And if you can't sell yourself, how do you get the word out about your book? Well, I'd like to answer this question with a story. It's about this man, Dr. Barry Marshall. Now, for decades, medical students were taught that chronic stomach ailments, such as peptic ulcers and gastritis, were caused by stress, greasy food, or too much alcohol. Barry Marshall's work with patients in Australia, he's an Australian doctor, showed that this was 100% wrong. The textbook that he read in medical school was wrong. His research showed that the stomach acid that was causing the pain from the ulcers was actually part of the body's attempt to cure the true problem. And from his perspective, taking an antacid was the worst thing you could do for a stomach ulcer. So he takes his findings to the medical community, and they are not impressed. They've got this little nobody Australian telling them that they're wrong. So he says, well, give me permission to do some animal trials. I'll do some tests. And so they give him permission to do some tests on some wee little pigs. And so he gives them tests on some wee little pigs because his theory is that ulcers are actually caused by a bacteria-specific strain of bacteria. And he gives the bacteria to pigs and doesn't get much results. As it turns out, pigs could have eaten anything. Now, I know a lot of you are from Texas and you know this, but for scientists, this is the sort of thing that you have to discover the hard way. So he wasn't able to prove his research on the little pigs. So he goes back to the medical community and he says, I know I wasn't able to prove my research, but I do believe that you were all wrong. Give me permission to do human trials. And they say, no way, Jose. So Barry Marshall is now in a conundrum. He knows that he's right. He knows that the medical community is wrong. But he doesn't have a way to prove it. So he does a very courageous thing. He takes a vial full of H. pylori bacteria, billions and billions of strains of H. pylori bacteria. He drinks it himself. He does a human experiment on his own body. And he's expecting to get an ulcer after a year or two. He never had ulcers before. It's not something he started with. But his theory would indicate that he'd get ulcer control. He gets an ulcer in 2 weeks. And then, so he's doing all these tests on himself, and then he takes a very specific regimen of antibiotics, and he cures himself of the ulcer. So he has now discovered both the cause and the cure of an ailment that affects as much as 5% of the world population at one point in their lives. And so, when is it okay for Dr. Barry Marshall to promote himself? Should he say, well, I don't want people to think that I'm some great scientist. I don't want people to applaud me, so I'm going to keep this research to myself. No. In fact, not just no, hell no. It says in James, if anyone then knows the good they ought to do and then doesn't do it, it is sin for them. For him to not promote his findings would be sin, because he would be not doing the good that he knows he ought to do. He has an obligation to the truth that he's discovered to establish his credibility and write articles to get published in medical journals and meet with medical influencers so that people will listen to him. He has an obligation to the truth that he's discovered to go and talk to the media and to spread the word. In fact, he and some of his compatriots went to a medical convention with a comic book that they printed themselves, I think with their own money, called Ulcer Tales, that told the story of him drinking the vial of the bacteria and what happened as a result. And in 2005, Dr. Barry Marshall, this nobody from Australia, won the Nobel Prize for Medicine, and all of the textbooks have since been revised. If you go to a doctor today with a stomach ulcer, the very first thing they're going to do is do a test to see if you have the bacteria that he discovered in that experiment. He was able to change the world with, not just by being courageous, not just by being a scientist, but by being willing to share the words, to share the truth that he had discovered. So, why do you write? Is your fame a means or is it an end? There's nothing wrong with being famous. If you feel like being famous is evil, then you can't be successful. At least not as an author. You can be successful as an editor, you can be successful as a ghostwriter, but you can't be successful as an author because people are looking for someone to follow. And I will say, that does not pass the scriptural test, right? Jesus was tested in all ways and did not sin, and he was incredibly famous, right? He was constantly running away from crowds. In fact, in Mark, that seems to be his defining characteristic. He's constantly running away and the crowds keep chasing him. Peter was famous. In fact, so famous, people would line the roads hoping Peter would walk by as their shadow could fall upon him. And Paul was famous too. He had whole cities in an uproar, and even the demons knew who he was. They were like, Paul we know, and Jesus we know, but who are you? Like, that is really famous. I don't know much about that unseen world, but that's a level of fame most people don't get to. And there's nothing wrong with being famous as long as it's a means to something else. A means to God's glory, a means to advancing the kingdom. In fact, if you're being successful and people's lives are being transformed, and they're talking about your book, word is going to spread. There's no way around it. Even when Jesus told somebody not to say what had happened to them, they still went on to say it. It went on to spread the word. And I want to encourage you to beware of false humility. Many authors, back when I went to writers' conferences before all of the children and all of the pandemics, I would sit down and I do consultations with authors, and often they would talk about passionately how they're not writing because they want to make money. That's a real common thing you hear amongst authors. That's a red flag for me, actually, when I hear that, because it means often they're writing out of a very selfish place, because they're like, it's not all about me, I just want to write the story that God put on my heart, and the whole time they're talking about how it's not all about them, they're talking about themselves. They're not talking about their readers. Now, I'm not going to bemoan this too much, because I was able to hear a little bit of the last talk you heard, just snippets on Zoom, and it sounded like you've already gotten the sermon about loving your readers and getting to know your readers, so I'm not going to repeat that too much. But there is a lot to be said about putting your readers first. Authorship is leadership. With nonfiction, you're leading people into a new way of thinking, and with fiction, doing something even more profound. You're leading people into a whole new world of your creation. And leadership, when done well, is service. You want to lead well, serve well. If you want to lead many, serve many. You can't both lead and hide. So for some of you, the next step is embracing your courage and deciding that you're willing to be seen, that you're willing to get all of the attention, good and bad, that comes from leadership, that comes from being seen. And you're like, well, how do I find that courage? I'm terrified. I'm terrified just of writing on a blank page. Well, go back to that higher purpose. Love casts out fear. The more you love your reader, the bolder you will become. And if any of you can love your reader perfectly, you'll have no fear. Because perfect love casts out all fear. All right, so that's the first myth about hiding and about the lies that we tell ourselves. Now let's talk about the second myth of platform building. We're going to go from something very spiritual to something very practical, something very real world. And that is, platform is your following on social media. Who of you guys heard that? I want you to raise your hands real high so you can see in the silhouette. Have any of you heard this or something along these lines? And this is the myth I would like to debunk. So, the reality is, on social media, many social accounts are fake. Each nation, and most major corporations, and most big hacker groups all have armies of bots, bot accounts. And also researchers and just regular marketers have armies of bot accounts. These are people who look human and act human, but are not. They're not actually human. And the problem is particularly bad on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. If you have 1,000, or if you have 10,000 likes on Facebook, it's not unlikely that as many as 5,000 of those, half of them, are either bots or inactive accounts that could be turned into bots, especially if you grew your page with ads. Social media is a lot like The Matrix, if any of you remember that movie from back in the day. In The Matrix, there were these computer programs that looked human, but they were not human. And we live now in a matrix very much like that. When you're logging into social media, you're logging into a matrix. And the bots have gotten really good at seeming human. This person does not exist. I generated this photo on a website called This Person Does Not Exist. It uses a form of combative AI where it has two artificial intelligence programs. One creates photos from nothing, ex nihilo almost. It uses a neural network and big data, but it's creating photos of people who have never existed. And then another algorithm is trying to debug those photos, and only the ones that make it past the combative algorithm appear on the website. You can refresh over and over again and see photo after photo of people that look real and are not real. And what can be done with photos can be done with text, and can be done with video, and with audio. So much of it is fake, and so much of it is control. If you control 1 million bots, that is a lot of power. And there are a lot of people who have armies of millions of bots. And one of the ways that these bots make themselves look real is they go around liking random pages. So your page, even though you don't have any bots, you have bots liking your page, and they're using your page to launder themselves to make them look real. And I will say, we make it really easy on the bots to look human, because our typing with our thumbs, half the time we're just shortened sentence is selected, that's machine learning. It's a neural network. When you tap it, you're letting the computer help you write your tweet. And the more you do that, the better you train the bots. And the easier it is for the bots to look like you. But it's not just a problem of bots on social media. The other problem is the filtering. So social networks also have their own artificial intelligence that they use to determine what users should and should not see, and what they can and cannot see. And these AI algorithms filter out most of what is posted. So let's do some math. Let's say you've got 10,000 likes on Facebook. Let's say 5,000 of those are humans. Okay, so this is the math that we've already talked about. Now, Facebook last year filtered out about 97% of your content. It's now even less, but we're going to be really generous with these numbers. So if you post to Facebook, only 3% of your audience can be expected to see it, which brings the number down to 150 views. Now, let's say 1 out of 3 of those people saw your post about your book. They are ready. They're like, tell me more. They click that link. That means you've got 50 clicks. Then let's say you've got an astronomical 10% conversion rate. That means you get 10 sales, which means it takes 10,000 likes to get 1 sale, or doing some quick math, it takes 1,000 likes to sell about 1 comment on social media. And this has been true for a long time. When I was the marketing director for a Christian publisher, we did all kinds of experiments on social media, and this 1,000 to 1 ratio was basically the best we ever were able to get an author to perform. So you can't build a platform on social media. If you're already rich, if you're already famous, social media can be a good way to interact with the fans that you already have. If you're the kind of person that when you sign up for Twitter, you get the little blue check box the first day. There's some things you can do there. But for most authors, especially if you're starting from a place of obscurity, social media is like giving a speech from an empty room. So all the work of giving a real speech, but without any of the impact. It's not 2008 anymore. There was a time back in the day when you could build a platform on social media, kind of. It never worked really well, but it did work a little bit. But those days are over. The big money has arrived, the big tech has arrived, the big algorithms have arrived. And if you don't control the algorithms, if you don't control the bots that influence the algorithms, you don't have any power in this new world. And this is a good thing. Social media was never very good. It was expensive. The biggest myth about social media was that it was free. You'd hear marketing gurus say, oh, just spend an hour or 2 every weekday on social media, engaging, listening, interacting with your people. That's between 300 and 600 hours a year. That's for most authors, a book or 2 a year that didn't get written because they were spending that time on social media instead. That is really expensive. Or maybe, let's say you work as an editor or a virtual assistant for another author. This is a skill that helps you improve in the craft of writing, but also makes you money. And let's say you make a paltry $20 an hour, right? Most editors charge more than that. But for the sake of easy math, let's say you could have spent that time as an editor for $20,000, or sorry, $20 an hour. That means the cost of a year of social media, if you're spending on 300 to 600 hours, and many people spend far more than that, is between $6,000 and $12,000 a year. Do you know how much effective marketing you can do with $12,000? The whole playbook is open to you. And yet that is sacrificed by spending that time on social media in a way that does not return good results. It's also super toxic, right? The pressure to look like you had it all together created huge psychological problems. In fact, most people who are spending time on social media get more depressed and more anxious the longer they are on social media. You may have experienced this in your own life. Do you feel like you're more anxious and depressed now than you were 10 years ago? How about than you were 20 years ago, right? 10 years ago, you may have been doing a little bit of social media. 20 years ago, you probably weren't doing any social media. It was really hard in those days. That was the, what did we have? We had the GeoCities. Most people weren't on GeoCities back in those days. But now we're trying to look like we have it all together. And it's the substance, or it's a foreign community without the substance of the community. It's very much like the food the sailors used to eat on the sailing ships before they knew about vitamin C. These sailors, some of them get sick with scurvy and would die. They didn't know why. The food sustained them, it gave them energy, it made them feel full. It was lacking something. And that thing that it was lacking ended up poisoning them. And on the long voyage, as many as 10% of the sailors would die. And the British discovered this, and they started making their sailors drink lime in their water, which is why they call it limeys. It's the slur from the British. Dutch sailors were. When the British Empire and the French Empire went to war in the Napoleonic Wars, the English had more experienced sailors and they won. And that was a big tangent. But anyway, social media is toxic. It's also ineffective, like we talked about. So it really is like building a house with sticks. To build a lasting author platform, you need to think outside of the social media box. And for some authors, they are so deep in the social media rabbit hole, they can't even imagine anything other than social media. It's become their entire world. And if that is you, or if you know somebody who's like that, I am here to proclaim freedom for the captives. You do not have to be a prisoner to that kind of thinking. I would like to share with you a better way. The way of building a platform with bricks. Now, there are hundreds of bricks, and we don't have time to go into all of them, to talk about all of them, but I do want to have time for some of your questions. But I want to share a couple of key bricks with the time I have remaining. And I don't know if they're going to count our technical difficulties against my time to talk or not, so I'm going to try to go quick. So here's the first brick, and that is to focus on the benefits. If your book is a Cracker Jack box, what's the prize inside? Some authors are like Calvin and Calvin Hobbes. He's there sitting with his lemonade stand, and instead of selling lemonade, he's selling a swift kick in the butt, $1. Hobbes comes up and says, "How's business?" Calvin says, "Terrible." That's hard to believe. I can't understand it. Everybody I know needs what I'm selling. Why aren't people buying my book? They all need it. Well, just because you think somebody needs something doesn't mean they think they need that thing. You can present your book as a vitamin, or you can present it as a painkiller. And I hope, for the sake of your book sales, that you present it as a painkiller. What pain does your book reduce? Now, to answer that question, you're going to need the next brick. You've all been prepared for this. And that is to get to know your readers. So, hang out with them in real life. Hang out with them online if you have to, but try to hang with them in real life. Start a reading club. Right? If you're wanting to write Christian speculative fiction, start a reading club where you're reading other Christian speculative fiction. If you're wanting to write a romance book, start a reading club where you're reading other romance books. If you're writing a self-help book or a devotional, I say devotional. Start a Bible study where you're going through a devotional together. You're going to learn so much about your readers doing that. Read what they read. The more books that your readers read that you read, the better you'll understand them. And if you're looking at all the books your readers are reading, you're like, I hate all of these, I'm going to write a book that's better. Guess what? You know who like those books? Your readers. If you're writing a book, a romance, for people who don't like romances, people who don't like romances aren't going to like your book. Shouldn't feel the need to say that, but certain major corporations like Disney want to make a Star Wars movie for people who don't like Star Wars. You know what? Nobody liked it. Ruin Star Wars. Don't turn Luke Skywalker into a villain. That's not going to win you and your friends or no friends. All right. I like to call it just finding your Timothy. It comes from the book Timothy in the Bible. That book was written to just one person. But by being focused on that one person, the book ended up being useful to billions of people. Now, your Timothy is a real human being. It's not an avatar, a persona, a construct, or an imaginary friend. It's somebody who can ask questions. You can read his reviews on Amazon. You can look, and if you can learn to thrill this one real-life person, this one representative reader, you're well on your way to learning to thrill thousands just like you. If you want to call him Irene, that's perfectly okay. To fit the shoe to the foot and to fit the book to the reader. A very common mistake I see with beginning writers is they write their book and then they go out trying to find people to read their book. In fact, they often contact me. They're like, hey, I just wrote this book and now I want to find some readers for it. This is like designing a shoe and then going out and trying to find some feet that the shoe fits. All backwards. Totally backwards. And often unsalvageable. And it's a very painful lesson for a lot of authors. They've done a lot of work into that first book, but they weren't thinking about the reader. They weren't writing it for the reader. They weren't listening to the reader. They weren't involving the reader. There was no reader anywhere in the process. It was all about them and the story they wanted to tell, the truth they wanted to put on page. So go out and listen to your readers and fit your story with them. And if you don't start with your reader, you need to start over. This is a hard truth, and I know most of you are going to tell yourselves you're the exception that you don't need to hear this, and that's okay. But some of you, hopefully, I'm hoping, will have ears to hear, right? It's like, I thought you said you wanted dancing shoes. These are dancing shoes, right? It's like, they're the wrong kind of dancing. This wasn't the kind of dancing I was talking about. All right, brick number 3, and that is to study. If you want to learn how to build a platform, if you want to learn how to promote your book, how to spread the word, how to grow your influence, you need to have respect for the fact that this is a craft, just like the craft of writing. It goes hand in hand, especially for nonfiction. For nonfiction, the act of building a platform and interacting with your readers informs your writing. You're speaking on stage, you're giving podcasts, you're doing interviews, you're writing blog posts. All of those things will make you a better writer, help you understand your audience better. It's true to a lesser degree for novelists as well, but you have to respect the fact that it's something that you need to learn. And learning doesn't just happen. So I encourage you to read books on publishing and books on marketing, and learn about the process of writing a book for readers. There's a lot of really great books out there that can help you with this. In fact, talk to Frank. Frank, wave your hands. This guy right here, he's read all of the books, and if he recommends a book, you better read it, especially on craft. Another thing is to take courses. There's a lot of really good courses out there that can help you step by step with the very specific elements of building a platform. In fact, I'd like to give you all a free course, if that's okay. So we'll do that in a minute. Give you all a free course. You can sign up for it. Go to authormedia.com today. You can do it on your phone, you can do it when you get home. I have a course on how to build an amazing author website. If you want to build your own website from scratch, I literally go through the whole process and teach you how to do it. It's not that hard. Or if you're building a website with a designer, there's a section on how to make your website an amazing website. How to make it the kind of website readers don't just want to visit, but want to tell their friends about it. That course is completely free. You can get it at authormedia.com. Another really good way of learning marketing and learning how to build a platform is to listen to podcasts. I'm a big fan of podcasts, and I had a big realization over the last few months, and that is that in the world of podcasting, there are the haves and there are the have-nots. And the haves and have-nots are based off of what kind of phone people have. People with iPhones tend to listen to lots of podcasts, and the statistics prove this out. People with Androids often don't know what a podcast is. So Google doesn't make money off of podcasting. It doesn't make it really obvious how to subscribe to a podcast. But if you are on an Android phone, I'm going to tell you right now how you can enter the world of podcasting. It doesn't even cost you any money. So get out your phones, on the Google Play Store, and do a search for the app called Podcast Addict, as in like a drug addict, but a podcast addict. This is a free app that will give you access to the world of podcasts. There are a lot of podcasts out there for authors. I have 2. I host the Novel Marketing Podcast, which is the longest running book marketing podcast in the world. And we teach non-social media ways of building a platform, selling more books, and changing the world with writing we're talking about every week. And so if you're like, I don't even believe this world could exist, I have led thousands of authors into this world, and they're selling lots of books and making a big difference, and they're not having to sell their soul on social media to do it. And then I also have the Christian Publishing Show, which is a little bit more craft focused. But we talk about marketing and publishing on there as well. For those of you who are trying to decide between indie publishing and traditional publishing, we have a bunch of episodes on the pros and cons of both. And with that, if we have time, I have time for some questions, and I have one final story. So the name of the app is Podcast Addict, and if you do nothing else but download that app on your Android phone, it really will make a big difference.
Thomas, let's take the final story.
Go to the final story?
Yes, please.
Okay. Once upon a time, there were 3 little authors who went off to find a publishing fortune. The first little author came across a company and said, print on demand. If you print with us, you can have a book today. So the author went with that company, and sure enough, he had the book in hand. And then along came the big, bad Barnes & Noble. He said, Barnes & Noble, let me in, let me in. And the Barnes & Noble said, who are you? And the Barnes & Noble blew the little pig off. I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to go with Acme Barnes & Noble, let me in, let me in. And the Barnes & Noble said, okay, you're traditionally published, we'll put you on the shelf for 30 days. And as the book sat there on the shelf for 30 days, because the little pig had not built a platform, because the little pig didn't know how to reach readers, those books were then returned. The unsold books were returned back to Acme Publishing, where they were then set on fire. So nowadays we tend to hold the returns and turn them into different books. The burning of books is not very environmentally friendly. The third little pig built a tall brick platform, so that whether he traditionally or independently published his book, it was sure to sell. And no big bad Barnes & Noble would ever blow him off. Minimum effort leads to minimum results. Maximum effort with the wrong methods leads to minimum results. Hard work brings success, one brick at a time. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I have the biggest handout, so I apologize for that, but I kind of like to be really clear and to give a lot of examples. We won't go through all of the examples because we do not have time. This workshop usually takes me an hour. I'm going to put my timer on here, and we're going to do this thing in 25 minutes. I am going to call on a couple people for volunteers, so be thinking about that because I don't have time to wait for you to think about if you want to volunteer. So just stand up when I say it. Okay, so how many people write fiction in here? How many people write nonfiction? How many people only write nonfiction? Okay, so don't check out because there's a lot of things in fiction that you can apply to nonfiction. I've been talking to people about putting personal stories in their books, in their nonfiction books. So everything I say today can totally be applied to nonfiction also. So at least listen to the first 5 minutes and then you can play on your phone or whatever you need to do. All right, so we're going to talk about subtext and using emotion to engage readers. So what I want you to do is think of each scene in your book as a movie. So we get the movie screen, right? And you're sitting in the theater and it's all there and everybody's done all the work for you. All you have to do is watch the big screen. They've colored in the setting, they've green screened, they've got the actors dressed the way you want to see them. Like, unless you close your eyes, you really can't miss what's happening on the screen. Unfortunately, as authors, we don't have that with the book. We don't have that luxury. We have to put the words on the page and paint that visual picture for the reader. So a lot of people think they've put the words on the page, but when someone else reads it, it's like a puzzle that's missing chunks of pieces. And they don't actually have the clear visual of what's happening in the scene. So make sure that whatever's in your head is all the way on the page. If there's a dog in your head, the dog has to be on the page. If you're in a forest, there's got to be trees. If you're in the dark, there's got to be some lights. So just really think about that and ask someone else to read your work and say, you know, what do you see when you read this? Where is my scene happening? Who are the people in it? And if they can't tell you, that means it's still kind of stuck up in your brain. So I have the little things for you to fill out, and I've been really bad about that. So think of each scene in terms of a movie. We need to paint a word picture in a reader's mind screen. Readers can't truly see the story you've created if you don't put that visual onto the page. And the reason I'm making you fill out is also so you don't check out, because it is tiring and after lunch. Let's talk about the elements of a scene first. So each scene is going to need a few basic components, and each scene should have these things in it. And remember that we're painting a mood picture, not just a visual picture of how you want your reader to feel about what they're reading. So the first one is dialogue. And that's what characters say out loud to themselves or each other. And those have to be in quotes. They're external conversations, and when you are punctuating them, all of those words need to be inside quotes. Next one's action, and that's what characters, animals, objects, rolling rocks, whatever you have, whatever those things are doing is your action. The next one is setting, and that's where and when the scene takes place. So, where are you physically, but also when are you? Are you historical? Are you in the future? Are you on Mars? And especially if you're not in contemporary America, then you need to let your readers know right away in that first paragraph. You have to build your world right away so that they can get that visual that they're not in someone's average living room. So the best for last is emotion. And those other things build your scene, they give you the skeleton, they tell your story, but emotion is what polishes your book. And that's what really attracts your readers. So emotion is what hooks and keeps your reader. It's key in painting a mood picture, and it helps you show rather than tell what's happening in a scene. How many times have you guys heard that? Don't tell, you have to show. You know what I'm talking about? And that can be kind of abstract in and of itself. So the things you're going to be learning today about adding emotion, just substitute also, this is how to show. And you'll get 2 workshops for the price of 1. So we're going to add in emotion to do a couple things. We're going to show our POV characters' true unspoken feelings. We're going to show a non-POV character's feelings. And we're also going to engage our readers' feelings. Familiarity with point of view. People know what I'm talking about? That is the person telling the story in that scene. And just something really quick about that. If Donna is my POV question, or character, so I want to, as the reader, jump into her body. I want to see through her eyes, hear through her ears, feel through her heart, think with her mind, and I cannot read anyone else's thoughts. So I only know what Donna's thinking. And that's the really important thing to remember about point of view. We experience the world through that person. So there are 5 concrete ways to craft emotion on the page. Voice cues, some people call them dialogue cues, internal thought, facial expressions and body language, visceral reactions, which are also internal reactions, and power words. So if we take the first one at voice cues, you think about Captain Kirk from Star Trek, Darth Vader from Star Wars, Bugs Bunny from Sunday morning, Saturday morning cartoons. You close your eyes and you hear any one of those voices, you're going to know exactly who's talking, right? And that's because they have certain accents, certain dialects, inflections, they have unique voice quality. They also have phrases, pet phrases. Then you have Darth Vader with the heavy breathing. So automatically you're just going to know who that is. So how somebody says something is going to be really important in your voice cue. So the way a character speaks can tell you a lot about them, and it can change the context of the scene and the conversation. Here's my first thing. I need 2 people to stand up, please. Hurry, hurry. Thank you, thank you. Now I want you to look at each other, and I want you to say, you look great in that, however way you want, with whatever connotation you want to make to her.
You look stunned, bro.
How do you feel? Pretty good? Like,
Yeah.
he thinks you look pretty good? Okay, now I need you to say it back, but in a different way.
Okay. You look great.
All right. And then there's always the, you look great in that, right? Okay, sit down. Thank you. So, I am so, yeah, yes. My clock is making me nervous. Okay, so you heard it said 3 different ways, right? It meant 3 different things. It changed the tone of the conversation. I either liked the person or didn't like the person based on how they said it. So how a character says something is really important. And if you don't say how they said it, the reader is going to just kind of make it up on their own and guess. And they might guess wrong. So here's where we leave simple dialogue tags behind. Things like said and asked and replied. Is that better? Can you hear me better now? Okay. And we're going to use something better. We're going to get something better. Tags just let people know who's speaking. When you have said in there, it's because you don't have any other way of letting the reader know which character is speaking. But if you have other ways to know, you don't even need those tags at all. There are better ways to do that with voice cues, with action, and even with internal thought. And I'm throwing a couple helpful hints in here, and you can read those on your own. I'm going to move on. I do want to say be careful of annoying tags with ly adverbs. If you're going to say softly whined, cried loudly, then just cut it out all entirely. If you're not going to put a real voice cue in there, don't do that either, because that, especially on an audiobook, super annoying to listen to that all the time. Other helpful hint you can read yourself on how to punctuate dialogue. Some of the newer writers come in and they just don't even know how to do that. So there's a example for you there. Depending on the pace of the conversation between your characters, you're going to choose longer or shorter voice cues. You're going to play with ways to build out your characters through what's said. We can learn a lot about a person by the way that they speak. A lot about their conversation, a lot about what's going on in the scene. If you have something that's really fast paced, you're not going to have a lot of description about how they're saying it, because you're going to want to move the pacing along a little faster. I'm going to read the first 3 examples, and then you can read the rest. The reason why I like to give examples is I'm a concrete learner, and I want to come home later and I want to take out my notes and I want to go, oh, that's what they talked about and what they meant, and here are all these examples, so when I'm going back to my document, I can pull it up and go, oh, I can add that in there. So these are for you. I don't think so. Kate's voice barely carried across the breakfast table. I could have said, Kate whispered, but I made it better. I took out whispered. Catherine, jerking my invisible leash, my mother sharpened her tone across the 3 syllables that made up my full name. The other one, let's go down here. He's just a teenager. He said teenager the same way I said stupid. And if I didn't have that in there, you wouldn't know the adult was being condescending to the teenager. You would have no idea. Let's go on to internal thought. I call it the other dialogue. It's what characters are thinking inside their heads, and it only works with your POV character, the character that's telling the scene. Because if I'm Donna and I'm telling the story in that scene, I have no idea what anyone else is thinking. She can guess, but she doesn't know unless she's a mind reader. So if you're writing speculative fiction, then you can break this rule if you have a mind reader. Internal conversations never go inside quotes. If you see somebody who's written, she wondered, blah, 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 and you see quotes, take them out. Because anything inside quotes tells us that person's actively speaking out loud. Internal thought gives us an intimate glimpse into our POV character and how she views the world. Here's my example. You would know, I force my voice level, blowing off the way he's talking to me. Inside, I'm an off-the-rails roller coaster. So she's putting on a front, but she's telling the reader, she's giving you an intimate look at inside she's completely falling apart. And you've connected with her on a deeper level than if we wouldn't have that voice cue. Or you could say, you would know I forced the words out. And you still don't have, how is she really feeling? Why is she forcing the words out? It does 3 things. It can support dialogue. That's not possible. I give him an excuse he might believe. It can expand dialogue. You can't actually use your +1. It's like unwritten law or something. And my favorite, contradicts dialogue. Everything's fine. If by fine you mean the worst ever. Notice that internal thought goes hand in hand with dialogue. That sounds great. There's a dialogue. It's so not great. And there's the internal thought that's contradicting. So in order to have internal thought about your dialogue, you're going to want that to come right after. Now you can have a lot of internal thought throughout the rest of the scene, but if you want it to contrast that dialogue, it's got to come right after those words that you put the quotes around. Let's move on to facial expressions and body language. So these are great ways for the POV character to read other characters and to show the reader what characters are really feeling and thinking. It's also a great way to show, not tell. Actions speak louder than words. It's cliche, but it's true. Telling doesn't add emotion. It doesn't engage your reader. Because a word picture is worth 1,000 word statements. So here's what I mean by that. If I'm telling you something, I went to the store and I got pulled over on my way and it was terrible because I had a time limit and this is my 4th ticket and I can't afford it, you're going to be like, yeah, I feel a little bad for you, but I'm not really feeling your pain. Because I'm reporting, I'm summarizing, and I'm also telling you how you should feel, which never works. How many people have teenagers? Right? Does not work. So showing is painting a word picture through your action, thoughts, senses, feelings, and you encourage the reader to draw her own conclusions about how that character is feeling and experience a story for herself. So about my speeding ticket. You're not going to feel the same emotions. You're not going to empathize. Your heart rate is not going to be going up. Your neck's not going to get hot. And your wallet is not going to hurt. because it's not going to affect you if it doesn't feel like it happened to you. So just remember that. All right, I need some more people. 2 people to stand up. 2 new people to stand up. Thank you. One more. Thank you. Okay. All right, so now I want you to, I'll start over here with Janine. I want you to, using only your face or your body language, not any gestures and not any words, convey an emotion. And we're going to guess what it is. Okay, thank you. 7.
You don't get angry enough. I don't know, I'm trying to be angry, but not.
I would say more apathetic, more like, I don't care. So you can sit down, but thank you. That was great because she projected something and we read it wrong, right? So now we have a misunderstanding and that creates tension and conflict. So you could think, I could be sitting over here watching Donna's face as she watches me and I could say, wow, she's super bored right now. Then I would feel really sad and then, that's just a whole tornado of emotions. But what if she was actually just really tired because she didn't sleep last night because the conference was stressful, right? And so I then treated her as if she was bored rather than her true feeling, which was that she was tired. So here's some examples of facial expressions and body language. Then her eyes start to clear, the superpower of my lips wears off, and she's looking at me like she has kisser's remorse. Jess grips the sides of her chair like she's on a roller coaster and her safety harness just snapped. So he's reading her body language and he's relating it to experiences that he might have had or that, would be upsetting to him if he had those. The other thing you can do is make body language work for you. You don't have to just put it out there to put it out there. You can weave in description. You lied. Cade folds his arms stiffly across his chest and plants his boots a little wider, his tension strung tighter than his Oak Cliff lacrosse t-shirt. Now we know he's wearing a lacrosse t-shirt, probably because he plays lacrosse. We know that he's very stiff and he's wearing boots. So now we have a better picture of his character just by using the body language description. It can also create conflict, like we said. So people can mean one thing, say one thing, and they can mean another thing. My example is, no worries. Her gaze drops to the floor. So if there were truly no worries, she would look at you and be interested in what you're saying. You can also say what doesn't happen. Sometimes that's strong too. But she doesn't yell at me, she doesn't question me, she doesn't even look at me. Expand your facial expression and body language by watching people in real life or on TV. Some of you like to sit and watch people go by and just kind of look what they're doing. What does their face look like? What does their body look like? And remember that, write it down and use it. Visceral reactions, I think these are sometimes the harder ones to understand, but they're the best part of this ever. And you want to use them sparingly because if you have them all the time, they're going to lose their power. Sort of like explanation points. You have them all the time and then the whole thing is just yelling, and when the yelling needs to happen, it's not getting any louder. So you want to be careful when you use these, but they're really cool. I also call them internal body reactions. So the important thing about this is, and it's an involuntary body reaction, and that means you can't control it. If you can control it, it is not a true visceral reaction. So tears are on the border. If you're uncontrollably crying because something horrible happened and you literally can't breathe or stop crying, that's a visceral. But if it's just you're crying and you could stop if you wanted to, then it is not. This is a place to shine when it comes to showing. Here's a helpful hint. How do I know if I'm showing or telling? If you use emotion words, you're probably not showing or telling. So ask yourself instead, how does my body feel? So if you're describing anger and you're using the word anger or any synonym to anger, you're telling more than showing. Instead say, what does my body feel like inside when I'm angry? And really sit and think about that. And then write that down instead of using the emotion word. Okay, 2 more people. It's my last one, your last chance to stand up in front of everybody. Thank you. I need one more. Come on. Okay, so I want you to pick, well, I'll let you, I can't read your name, and we talked earlier, and yes, that's right, because you have a really cool spelling of your name. Okay, you get to pick which scenario you want, and she gets stuck with the other one. So scenario 1 is you realize you're being followed in a dark parking lot. Scenario number 2 is you win the lottery. Which one do you want?
I'll be in the dark.
Okay, you're going to be in the dark? Okay. So if you are walking, picture a parking lot, it's dark, maybe the lights aren't even really working, there's no other cars, you're the last car, nothing really around, you're walking to your car and you think that someone is behind you. How does your body feel? Hot. Yes. Anything else? Beating faster? Okay, yes. So if she said, as she was writing, I was really scared, versus, oh, my stomach started to swirl and my chest started to heat up into my neck, and oh my gosh, my heart just took off. Then all of a sudden you're walking in that parking lot with her and you're feeling it. So thank you. Okay, you win the lottery. Woo! How does your body feel?
My heart is racing. I almost start to lose my breath. I think for a second I might faint. And then I just have to take
Okay, thank you. Perfect. So the biggest thing is it's uncontrollable, you cannot control it, and it's how your body feels. So here's a couple examples of visceral reactions. I'm just going to do 2, you can read the rest. So scared. I curled my bare toes on the icy concrete, my neck tingling more than my slowly freezing feet. And panicked. My fingers tingle, go numb, stay numb, even when I flex them. Cotton expands in my throat. The room shrinks and my world shuts down, but my body can't decide whether to float away or compress into lead. We've all been there at some point, right? Remember that the visceral reaction comes first, then an eternal thought, and then dialogue. You don't have to have them all, but that's the order because that's how you react in real life. Your body reacts first, and you have a thought, and then you have an action or words about that thought. We can also do a comparison with a universal idea, a situation we all understand. Most people know what it's like to feel queasy from the flu, floaty from a fever, panic when we've lost something that we really need. My throat scratched like I'd swallowed sand. Everybody gets that, even though we probably have never swallowed sand, we understand that. Okay, power words. So a power word is any word that sets a mood and evokes emotion. Especially powerful when you use them at the end of a sentence or at the end of a paragraph. Because believe it or not, the reader's going to remember the last thing that you wrote in the sentence, not necessarily the first thing.
I'm sorry, what were those 2 again?
Mood and emotion. Any word that sets a mood and evokes emotion. Yes. A horrifying thought tanked my stomach sub-basement deep. Make them stronger. You can also use them with repetition, with alliteration. I'll let you read that example. You can also use them in character descriptions. Sunlight streams through the wall of windows, highlighting Vi's lavender bob and brightening her fuchsia suit. 20 years past her party queen prime, she still somehow manages to rock both those colors. Some words don't feel strong enough to evoke emotion, but they do in context. So the flowers at a funeral, the clothes at a wedding are going to evoke emotion when normally flowers wouldn't do anything, clothes, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to hurry up here because I want to show you what I mean. You have color-coded, hopefully. This is a layering example about basically adding emotion and what it does to your scene. So you can use this code, dialogues blue, actions red. You can read that for yourself. And I'm going to go through and just read the dialogue only, and just close your eyes a minute. Don't read along with me. I just want you to hear this because it's going to be really bad. I can drive myself downtown, I say. Vi's already here to pick you up, Dad says. If you let me drive, I'll text you the second I get there, I say. The hotel's 20 minutes away, I say. I'll keep the car in the parking garage the whole week. Jess, Dad says, you're not driving in Dallas traffic. How many people did I lose after line 2? And I see stuff like this when I edit. It's just dialogue and there's nothing else. You don't know anything else. It doesn't do anything for your story. I mean, that's a great skeletal frame to start filling in after that. All right. I am going to go down to dialogue, action, and setting, and then we'll skip all the way to where we add emotion. So this is how it really starts. I glance at my perfect pedicure. Without knocking, Dad opens the door and strides into my bedroom. I quickly close my laptop before he sees Mom's profile on my screen and shove her diary under the stacks of writing books piled on my desk. He walks to the bursting suitcase on the end of my 4-poster bed. Pushing down the top with his huge hand, he zips it on the first try and grabs the handle. I resume last night's argument. I can drive myself downtown. Vi's already here to pick you up. He walks out the door. Pushing my feet into my flip-flops, one pink, one purple, I shove my laptop and the diary into my backpack and tuck my earbuds into my pocket, then hurry to run after him. Gripping the railing, I try again. If you let me drive, I'll text you the second I get there. All I get is a short grunt as he tramps down the back staircase, looking out of place with my neon purple suitcase. Trained by decades of Marine posture, his wide shoulders stay at attention while his wardrobe falls at ease. Retired 5 years, he's replaced the starchy uniform with wrinkled tees and faded jeans, clung to his buzz cut, and cried rebel with a single hoop earring, giving him an odd vibe of uptight casual. I take the steps 2 at a time to catch up. The hotel's 20 minutes away. I'll keep the car in the parking garage the whole week. Jess, you're not driving in Dallas traffic. He drops my luggage on the kitchen tile and rounds the corner into the great room. I throw my backpack on the island and hurry after him. Now, that was a scene, right? It was decent. I mean, you saw what was going on, you were kind of there or whatever, but now we're going to skip that second, the next one, totally skip it. Go down to the very last where it has dialogue, action, setting, internal thought, and subtext. Look for the brown and the purple and the pink, because this is the emotion we're adding in. That is going to take the scene that was okay and decent, and it's going to make it into something where we're feeling like we're our character, or hopefully we are. Telling the truth, dodging drama, staying invisible, painting butterflies on my toes, things I used to be good at. I glance at my perfect pedicure. I'm down to 1 out of 4. Without knocking, Dad opens the door and strides into my bedroom. I quickly close my laptop before he sees Mom's profile on my screen and shove her diary under the stack of writing books piled on my desk. But he doesn't even turn his head on his way to the bursting suitcase on the end of my 4-poster bed. Pushing down the top with his huge hand, he zips it on the first try and grabs the handle. Feeling reckless, or maybe just desperate, I resume last night's argument. I can drive myself downtown, or stay home and spare my life a few thousand skid marks. Vi's already here to pick you up. He throws the words over his shoulder on his way out the door. The only words he said to me all morning, not words I want to hear. Riding and rooming with my literary agent leaves me no escape when my first writers' conference spirals south, and it will spiral south. Pushing my feet into my flip-flops, one pink, one purple, I shove my laptop and diary into the backpack and tuck my earbuds into my pocket, then hurry to run after him. I don't even make it to the top of the stairs before my chest starts to sink and hollow. Gripping the railing, I try again. If you let me drive, I'll text you the second I get there. All I get is a short grunt as he tramps down the back staircase, looking out of place with my neon purple suitcase. Trained by decades of Marine posture, his wide shoulders stay at attention while his wardrobe falls at ease. Retired 5 years, he has replaced the starchy uniform with wrinkled tees and faded jeans, clung to his buzz cut, and cried rebel with a single hoop earring, giving him an odd vibe of uptight casual. I take the steps 2 at a time to catch up. The hotel is 20 minutes away. I'll keep the car in the parking garage the whole week. Jess, he barks my name in his standard stand down private. You're not driving in Dallas traffic. He drops my luggage on the kitchen tile and rounds the corner into the great room. Normally, you wouldn't notice if I played in traffic. I throw my backpack on the island and hurry after him. So, do you see what every element adds to that? And how adding that emotion with the visceral and the internal thought, all of a sudden we just have such a more intimate view of who she is. So I'm giving you this so you can look at your stuff, and I would take it, I'm out of time, but highlight your scene with these colors, because you're going to be surprised at what you don't have or what you have a bunch of. And really look to see that you have a little bit of everything in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. Is everybody exhausted by now? I sometimes bring slides, and maybe I should have, but I have one slide that comes from Farside. I don't remember Farside, and it has this little kid saying, Mr. Osborne, my brain is full. May I be excused? Because I'm sure you're feeling sort of like that right now. So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, but again, it's an attempt to probably maybe pull some of the things together that you've had a chance to hear. And of course, we're going to be talking about the power of words. If you go into your handouts, you'll see a blue handout, and I'm going to follow it pretty quickly. I'm going to have just 3 points. And first of all, just when we talk about the power of words, I think about the power of words in my life. When I was growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I went to a bookstore in Berkeley, and I'd heard about this book by C.S. Lewis called Mere Christianity, that was instrumental in my conversion. So there's the power of words to convert an individual. I'm with a group called Probe Ministries, and it was started before I was there, although I've been there since 1976. But it was started by 2 individuals that have been reading a man by the name of Francis Schaeffer. And some of his material ended up becoming part of that as well. So when you think about your words, whether you're writing an article or a blog or a book, it's going to be very important to recognize how important those words are. And if you look at our handout here, I want to say again why I think these words are important. Donna knows only so well that she's been inviting me here for years, but she keeps inviting me back, and I keep having her on the program because I really have a vision for the fact that we need to understand the culture we're writing in right now. Let me just list off just a couple of the books, for example, Rhonda Byrne's The Secret, Eckhart Tolle, The New Earth, Dan Brown, Da Vinci Code, J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter, Stephanie Meyer, the Twilight series, or some of the so-called new atheists, whether it's Richard Dawkins, The God Delusion, or whether it's Christopher Hitchens, God is Not Great. I mean, we are, as Christians, needing to write articles and blogs and internet posts and books that counter all of that. And one of the quotes I love to use comes from C.S. Lewis. He says, you know, what we want is not more books about Christianity, but more little books by Christians on other subjects with their Christianity latent. You can see this more easily if you look at the other way around. Our faith is not very likely to be shaken by any book on Hinduism. But if every time you read an elementary book on whatever it might be, geology, botany, politics, astronomy, we found that its implications were Hindu, that would shake us. It's not the books written in direct defense of secularism and materialism that make us materialistic, but it is in some respects the assumptions in those books. And what he says, it's not books on Christianity that really trouble him, but he'll be troubled if the best books written are by you, the Christian. So I really want to empower you to make a real difference in the culture that we find ourselves in, because if you have listened to Point of View, or if you listen to other talk shows, or simply turn on the radio, open up a newspaper, go to an internet website, you recognize that we are facing an incredible challenge here in the 21st century. So whether you're writing a fiction book or a nonfiction book, whether you're writing an article for a newspaper or for an internet website, I really see you as part of the army really trying to make a difference. And if you noticed here, I did also talk about the fact that we live in a time of unprecedented biblical illiteracy. This last year, Probe Ministries again spent an enormous amount of money surveying thousands of people to try to understand where our culture is going. 10 years ago, we looked at just the so-called born-again millennials, but this time we decided to look at all of the individuals in our culture. And so that was an attempt to try to understand what I call the unaffiliateds. Sometimes you hear them called the nuns. Although when I say nuns, you stand Catholic. No, N-O-N-E-S. It means for atheist, agnostic, or no preference. That percentage, by the way, has gone from 13% 10 years ago to almost 35% today. It has tripled. So you cannot assume that most of the people you're writing for example, really have a biblical worldview. You can't even assume that people sometimes in your own church have a biblical worldview. But you also can't necessarily assume that they have even a level of understanding of our culture. So you have a level of biblical illiteracy, you have a level of cultural illiteracy, and maybe even moral illiteracy. And I think in some respects, you have a real opportunity to make a foundational difference. And again, when I think of the power of words, I think of, for example, each month we publish one of these little booklets at a Point of View, this one on media bias. Well, if you look at the very back, you can see that I mention all sorts of books that I found very helpful in writing this book. So you can see how books were influential in my life. My most recent one is on critical race theory. Anybody heard about that? Oh, of course, yes. And again, not so many books written on that, but on the very back you will see all sorts of articles that were influential as well. So, I'm really going to be even dependent upon you to write things that are going to be helpful to me, But you know what? I'm also a talk show host. And Marlon Baddick started Point of View 50 years ago. Actually, it was 1972. I wasn't there at the time. Next year at the National Religious Broadcasters, we'll have our 50th anniversary. The year after that, Probe Ministries will have its 50th anniversary. So we have been around for a long time, but because of that talk show and other opportunities, I'm hoping in the next year or two I might be able to put some of you on the radio, just like I put Donna on and some of the other individuals here in the room on the radio, and so maybe that would be an opportunity. And if you say, well, how quickly can that be done? I was just today, as I was going through my email, one popped up from 4 years ago, and somebody was telling me when we were, I think that's at the Hope Center, that he came and appreciated what I had to do. He put together a book, it was on the names of God, and that book got published, and then within a year he was on the radio show, on mine and on a variety of others. So from 1 year of being there, like you, to less than a year getting the book published, because it was self-published. As we all know, if you wait for the publishers, it's 18 months from now, so that's not going to happen. And actually on getting that information out. So who knows, it might be some of you. Let's move to the second one, because I'm going to keep this train moving because we want to end on time. And that is, understand your message. If you noticed, I really wanted to see what Thomas had to say because he has been with us for a number of years. And frankly, I can show you a set of notes from previous talks that weren't anything like this, because he is a fount of information. He was giving you probably the very tip of the iceberg. I love the stories about the 3 pigs, but he has so much more to share on that. But let me, for just a few minutes, talk to you about how you can use some of the material you've already heard. First of all, you need to ask yourself, what do you have to offer to those who want to expand your message? You're going to write a book, you're going to write an article, you're going to put some blog posts out, and you need to ask a couple of questions. First of all, can you meet a deadline? This one came up this week. I'm co-authoring with an individual that helped us with a survey. Tomorrow, if you go to Christian Post, you will find this article by Steve Cable and Kirby Anderson. But I had to be real honest with him and say, okay, can you meet this deadline? And he was very honest about saying, okay, we've got a family reunion, a few other things, so if you write the first part, then I'll add to it, and we met the deadline. Well, again, if you go out and get a publisher, they're going to expect you to meet a deadline. Are you good at that? How good are you at that? That's a really good question to ask yourself. Am I one of those people where I can do a little bit each day, which I think is the best way to write? Or I'm one of those people that when the guillotine blade is coming down, then I'm really right hot passing and writing. But that's going to be really important, you know. And again, if they say, well, I think you've got a book series here, you know, anybody ever heard about some of these books that talk about love languages? Well, I mean, that has become an enormous series that we've done with Gary Chapman, for example. Then they're going to want you not only hit the first one, but the second one and the third one. So you need to evaluate and be an honest, assess yourself. One of the things I've suggested all these years is actually get out your day timer or your phone or whatever you have. On my phone now I have a thing called Things, and I actually have an appointment with myself. Don't do it tomorrow. Maybe not even do it Monday, but maybe Tuesday. Have an appointment with yourself to go through all the material here and do a rigorous assessment of everything you've learned about where you want to go with that. Because then you're going to have to ask yourself some other questions. Are you an expert or are you a keen observer? That's important. Let's talk for those of you that want to write nonfiction. Tom Clancy. I've had a chance to interview the person that's now stepping in for Tom Clancy. But okay, Tom Clancy's writing military thrillers. Okay, if you're going to write something like that, have you been in the military? But if not, have you done enough research in the military so that when I read your story, I honestly think that it's realistic? That's really important. And so that is important for you to consider. Maybe you are an expert. Maybe you're not an expert, but you can team up with an expert. And a good example of that, one of the best-selling Christian book series called Left Behind. Everybody familiar with that? Well, again, when people got it, they knew that the theology would probably be pretty good because it was done by Tim LaHaye, and they knew it would be written well because it was Jerry Jenkins, By the way, you know his son Dallas Jenkins is doing The Chosen right now. I think most of you probably already know that. And so that works pretty well. So again, these were nonfiction, and those were an opportunity for you to, first of all, convince a publisher that it would be worth actually publishing, convince the reader that it's worth reading, and most importantly, convince me as a talk show host that you have something to say that I'd want to put in front of 1 million people. You with me on that? So obviously that's the case. Okay, some of you are saying, well, I'm in nonfiction, so do you have some examples there? Let's take one of the best-selling book series, and that is Case for Christ, and that's Lee Strobel. Well, again, Lee Strobel wasn't necessarily, when he started writing, an expert in apologetics on how to defend the Christian faith. So how did he write the book? He went and interviewed all these individuals that were actually making the case for Christ. Now, of course, when he writes the books, he's an expert. So you don't have to be an expert if you can interview an expert. Sometimes putting those together works very well. Here's a good example. The other day we did a book on anxiety and the whole issue of panic attacks. Okay, the author that I had on there, she had had panic attacks, she had had anxiety, but she was also a campus minister, so she had some other stories from students. But guess what? She was married to a counselor. So you had a twofer there. You knew you'd get enough expertise from the individual, but you also had enough personal experiences. That's what we say in the business, talk show gold. Because at this point then, you knew that you weren't going to have somebody just telling their stories, because everybody has a story, but sometimes the stories, don't take you anywhere. But you don't really want to just have an expert that doesn't have the story. So you put those two together, and that was, like I said, talk show gold. So you're going to have to ask yourself the question, what are you? It's kind of getting into the subject of branding. Years ago, we used to talk about branding all the time here. In a sense, that's kind of what Thomas was doing just a minute ago on the screen. But you're going to have to figure out who I am. Am I an expert? And you may be. Maybe you've been in the military. Maybe you've dealt with some of those issues. Maybe even if you're writing a romance novel, okay, you dealt with romance, or have you talked about this? If I'm going to talking about self-help, and you're going to have enough information that is going to help those biblically illiterate, culturally illiterate people follow. But you also want to have some unique things as well. When I speak, oftentimes I like to have enough basic information that it's the first time you've heard me speak on the subject, you get some information, but I drop something there that even if you're an expert, you go, oh, okay, that was a little bit different. You can go, and just before I came here, I went go through Barnes & Noble, just to kind of give me a feel for what books are selling and everything right now. And I was just thinking, even the dummies, photography for dummies, eBay for dummies, investing for dummies, there's enough information there that if you are a dummy, you've come to the right place. But I've read a few of those dummy books, and guess what? There's enough information there that even if you know about that subject, you learn something else. And that's something that you need to have in your writing there. Whether you're writing fiction, maybe some little footnote, maybe historical fiction that nobody else knew, kind of an aha moment. If you're writing nonfiction, obviously that is the case. And so those are some examples. One other thing on what you have to offer, and then I'm going to move on, perseverance. Perseverance. You better be really able to take a no. Thomas alluded to that just a minute ago. Carol Ladd has been with us many times. Her Positive Mom was rejected by 9 publishers before it became a bestseller. So that's 9 no's before it became a yes. Anybody know who Frank Peretti is? In some respects, he established Christian fiction. And I remember the first time I interviewed Frank Peretti at KCBI, This Present Darkness was rejected by 13 publishers. 13 publishers. Turned out to be a best-selling book. And it was only when he went back to Crossways that he rejected him and said, okay, just out of goodness of our heart, we'll take on this particular book. So you've got to be willing to hear a lot of no's before you get a yes. Okay, moving on. Oh, who are you and what is your message? I've sort of alluded to that already, but first of all, uniqueness. How are you different? You walk into Barnes & Noble, and I look around and go, how many books are in this store alone? And go on Amazon, and you just realize there's so many books. What makes you unique? You're going to have to answer that question. On that Tuesday appointment you made for yourself, what am I? What is unique? Because that's going to be important. Number 2, expertise. Why am I credible? This was important 5 years ago. It is really important now because so many people are saying, why do I trust you? You might say, well, I'm going to write about vaccines, and I'm with the CDC. Why should I trust you? Joke intended. You know, I mean, you're just getting, I'm a doctor. Why should I trust you? I'm in the media. Well, why should I trust you? Think about that. I mean, that is a really important question because we as a society are starting to be even more skeptic than we were just a few years ago. So why should I trust you? Now you might say, well, I'm writing a fiction book. Well, still, what gives you the credibility to even write accurately about emotions and experiences and those kinds of things? I'm writing an autobiography. Okay, that makes you a little bit of an expert, but maybe again, there might be some other things you want to add to it in terms of your own experience. You may be giving me your autobiography of drug abuse, but somewhere along the line, you may want to bring in some drug counselors or some experts on that so that you have even credibility so that it isn't just your story. It's an interesting story, but it isn't maybe quite enough. Some of you might be saying, and I've run into people before saying, look, I'm just here because I want to self-publish a book on our family's genealogy. You know, I'm not expecting this to be a best-selling book, okay? Well, still, why should the other family members trust you and the stories you put in there? So that's a question about expertise. Branding, you know, you need to establish yourself either as an expert or a keen observer, and branding is really important. American Express, don't leave home without it. McDonald's, you deserve a break today. Nike, what? Just do it. I mean, I sometimes used to put a list of all those up there, and we were popping them off, and so what is your brand? Now, the brand can help you, and the brand can be a straitjacket, so be careful. I mean, we've had Mary DeMuth. I mean, for a while she was writing about millennials. Then she was writing about sexual abuse. And then she was doing all sorts of historical novels, then came back again. So she had to make sure that she knocked the edges off of that brand a little bit because she was writing on a lot of different issues. So what is your brand? Because that's how people are going to fit you in. That's how a publisher is going to figure out whether I want to publish your book. And quite frankly, it's how I'm going to figure out how to pitch you in front of a national audience. Does it make sense? I'm going to keep moving. Also, just real quickly, I did put down there, take advantage of the new realities. You've heard a lot of this today, but let's just, as the old guy around the table here, recognize that it used to be when you get a book published, you would actually convince Zondervan or Thomas Nelson or whoever's publishing some of my books to publish it. You would send it off. A year later, they'd send you back the galley proofs. You'd send it off again. And then about 18 months later, it would show up in a catalog. And then you'd say, well, what's next? Well, you try to do some word of mouth and those kinds of things. But now we do have the ability to control our own lives. I mean, we've got self-publishing. Matter of fact, more and more self-published books are the ones I'm going to. Just think about this. Alex Berenson has been on my program before, and I think his book, the last time I had him on, was actually on marijuana, dealt with that, and it was, I'm pretty sure it was self-published, but all of his latest books have been on the pandemic, the lockdown, on vaccines. 18 months from now, who cares, you know? He had to self-publish, and so if you're dealing with the economy, if you're dealing with something in the news right now, you may really want to self-publish, but even if you don't, the point is, and I know Thomas was maybe a little negative, still there's a value in podcast, in your own web page, and your own Twitter feed and your Facebook page. I mean, I know he was trying to say, don't think that this is a be-all and end-all, but that's your presence. A lot of people are going to meet you through your Facebook page. They're going to meet you through a Twitter post. They're going to meet you through Snapchat or a variety of other kinds of formats. And so that's going to be really important. And the good news is that you actually can control your own destiny. I used to be dependent on the big publishers to get the publicity out, and then I would use some of the speaking I would do to add to it. Now, again, you have an opportunity to create your platform. And again, we gave you some warnings. Don't think the platform is the be-all and end-all, but still, it's the place in which many people meet you first. We have some nice little video going on today, and guess what she's using? An iPhone. So it is quite possible that you can very easily create your own video. I've seen more and more people that if they want to get their book out, they create a little trailer. And now you don't have to go and find a tech-savvy 15-year-old in your church to shoot you a video. You can do it right there with your iPhone or a variety of other things and then put it out there. And I'm finding that those trailers are really helpful. Number one, you can put a trailer on what you're writing right now, and that might convince the publisher, it might convince a radio talk show host or other individuals, oh, okay, this is going to be interesting. It shows them that, I hate to say it, speakers usually are pretty good writers. Writers aren't always good speakers. So I sometimes, have to know whether or not you're going to be able to handle yourself in that particular program. So there are just all sorts of ways that you can market yourself. But let's get to the last one here as well, and that is understand not only who you are, but finally, understand your market. Thomas had a great line, read what they read. If you are going to write a book on what other books are out there that people are reading that are either very similar or almost identical. Just because there's a book on that topic doesn't mean we can't have another book on that topic, but you need to bring something to the table. So let's first of all recognize that if you want to start marketing yourself through the media, I'm going to talk about that for just a minute, since I'm the guy that does radio and television and media and all sorts of stuff. And lately, because the survey's out, I've been doing all sorts of interviews with the national religious broadcasters. I've been doing television, I've been doing radio. And the first thing I put down there is meet their need. That is, if you are doing a daily show, you have to, what they say, feed the monster. I learned that from Peggy Waymar, who used to do religion reporting for WFAA and then later for ABC. They are looking for stories, but they're not necessarily looking for your book, they're not necessarily looking for your article, but if you can tie it to a news peg, they are. Drug abuse is in the news. You're talking about your experience with drug abuse. Maybe you have some expertise on vaccines. Well, obviously that's been in the news the last couple of days. Maybe there is an issue that you want to relate in terms of relationships, dysfunctional families, whatever it might be. You can open up a newspaper, go to an internet website, you can see that there may be at one place or another some story, and you can make the connection. And you have to make the connection. Don't think that they're going to go, oh, of course, that would be a great possibility for us, but we're looking for stories every single day. And again, as Thomas said, you need to focus on their need, not your need. Your need is to, of course, get the book out. As I said just a minute, go on the Facebook and say, buy my book. No, that's not going to work very well. But here's how this particular expertise that I bring to it, this article, this particular book, actually is a helpful answer to that question. I know people that we've had here in the past that call up, say, Channel 4 and do the morning show up and get a chance to mention their book as they've been talking about some issue in the news. And you may have some expertise in that area right now. Race relationships is hot. Climate change is hot. The environment is hot. The vaccines are definitely hot issues. But they could be a variety of other things as well. Maybe you want to talk about the Middle East and all of a sudden we have something coming down about Iran or Saudi Arabia or Israel or whatever. You can make those connections. So try to figure out what their need is and think about how you can expand your message using some of the needs that they have. Number two, understand their format. I have a favorite line. Everybody has a story. Not everybody's story is 1 hour long, and I do 2 hours a day. I used to do 3 hours a day, but again, I will sometimes even say to my producer, that looks like a 2-segment interview. Okay, that's fine. Sometimes if you have something that's really kind of short, it could be just for the KCBI morning show. It could be for Channel 4, Channel 8, something in the morning. So those are those kinds of things that might be very short. But again, think about that story and think about how you might be able to fit into their need. There's a difference between a morning show. You'll be lucky if you get 3 minutes. If it's really interesting, you get 5 minutes. An in-depth interview, okay, that could be a 30-minute, hour-long interview. Sometimes you have that ability, sometimes you don't. Here's another hope. If you've been doing a lot of morning shows, and then I come in and do an interview with you, they drop all the load of hay in the first segment. I don't know what it is, but they're so used to just getting everything out that then they don't actually expand the story. And you may, in your story, in your book, really have a really long story. Now, the difficulty you face as well is if you're doing a fictional book, you don't want to tell the whole story. You can watch the interviews I do with Joel Rosenberg when we talk about some of his, and we don't give you the bottom line, but we use that to talk about some of the issues in the news and set it up, but leave it hanging. So there are all sorts of things. You have to think about what their need is. It's going to help you to be more effective. And finally, how do you find people to expand your message? That's a tough one. And I'll give you a couple of ideas, because first of all, you can use Google. I mean, that's one thing about Google. Google knows, right? You know, anything you need to know, you can use with that survey there. But again, I think it's back to read what they read, but also when you're watching a television program and you're going to an internet website, when you open it up a newspaper, whatever it might be, think about how some story or some aspect of that story might connect back to you. And then find out who's maybe already doing that, because that might help expand your message. And again, one of the things that Thomas suggests is go to these podcasts. Guess what? Podcasts and daily radio, they've got to feed the monster. I've said before that when you're doing daily radio, it's a dairy farm. You got to milk the cows every single day. And if all of a sudden you say, hey, this podcast that you just covered this story, I actually have just written a book, or I'm in the process of writing a book that would actually be fit, and that's another nice thing. You don't have to wait till the book comes out. You don't have to wait till the article comes out. You can use the podcast as you've done the research to then use that to convince the publisher to take your book, or the news magazine to take your article. See the point? I mean, just start thinking about the ways in which you can use some of that as well. We had one individual here, I asked her, how in the world did you get on ABC at Good Morning America? She says, I hate to admit it, but I just watched Good Morning America, and one day they scrolled up the names of all the producers. And so I just wrote them all down, and I wrote them all a letter. That's back before they really had email. And one of them responded, and she got on ABC. And so we've had people in this room, well, maybe not this room, but in previous ones, get on because they simply spent the time to make some connections to some of those people who then would expand your story as well. And of course, you can search all sorts of social media for all sorts of benefits. And again, these are just some very helpful hints that I want to pass on to you. But one of the reasons that I always like to come and I always like to promote the Christian Writers Conference is because, as you've heard me say, we just need more of you. We just need more people writing good literature. We don't need more books about Christianity. Of course, that's what some of us that are scholars write about. We need more books and articles by you where Christianity is latent or maybe explicit, where you're really going to be making a difference in our culture. And so we need you to be effective, so go out there and make a difference in the world. Thank you, Donna.
I am a roaring lamb. I am a roaring lamb, and the time has come to take my